Because at the end of the day, I don't need all this kind of trying to govern me. I can send a message to my sibling and tell me, please, don't ask anybody to govern me. Or no need to say please. Of course, they will deny it. But look, they also do not want to know. So I said, at the end of the day, nobody should try to use as a false dependence. You try to say that they care for me. If they care for me, don't come and disturb me. It's not trying to make my life difficult. Every day I'm my own thing to do. I have to learn something. In the morning I learn a little. In the afternoon I haven't even learned any single thing at all. I no need to ask for Liu Qing because it's not my fault. They own self have no money, whatever, they go and find, I really say, go and make more money. Don't be forced into this kind of situation by anybody. Today is Monday, I know they have a bad day or whatever it is. They have no money, whatever. How about myself? How about everybody? Everybody also try to manage their living expenses. It's not to make my life difficult, as I said already. Not enough, continue. And they believe in it and want to continue to try to say that's how they harden my mind. Look, my mind is not made of rocks and stones. Please, go and think. How many times I will say, please. My life is not made of rock and stone. My mind is made of flesh and blood. Why the naughty boys don't believe whatever I'm trying to tell me? What I'm trying to tell them and what they're trying to tell me, why they want to believe? Why don't they go outside and make more money? Or don't disturb me and go and work between the bums and sell that even more fun? They have no principles of positivity but principles of negativity. You know like that? I tell you how many times you don't say nothing. You want me to go to the same process, right? You motherfucker! You now going to jump down! Who are you? You come out! You now you break it and come out! Now knowing the process is negative, you now you still want to provoke. You cannot take it, then you walk between among yourself. You now you don't want to do anymore. You now get far here. You now and the people around, you now oh, now when you use it, you will not divide me. Everybody, now and you all die. I don't even order yet. You all now you receive the next same poison. You all deserve it when you have no money. And go now don't go and suck up. Then you see they think this fun. People try not to disturb them. I don't disturb them. I do my own thing. They want to aggravate me, trying to provoke me, knowing that the process is negative, and they want me to always shout at them and scold them. By the end of the day, I'm not scolding them. I'm not shouting at them. Go and record the decibel, go and prove the decibel. Everything is the same process. It's same one person go through this negative process of me shouting at them, and then after that, 5 people, 6 people, 7 people, 8 people, 9 people, 10 people, every day. Until you know it, you. Every day when call people come here and do something. Why don't you receive the same problem and stay by yourself? Whether you like it or not. So the process is negative. They keep calling 5 people, 6 people, 7 people every day to come and disturb me. Or some of the regulars. Knowing it's negative process, they want to continue to disturb people. Then they think I shout, then they say, oh, okay already. I don't like to do all this, look, for heaven's sake. Or for devil's sake. If the devil will destroy a long time ago, the devil will destroy this earth. Nobody likes to have a bad experience. Nobody likes to go through this negative process. I say how many times. If they want to pay, they pay. They don't want to pay, they don't pay. If they want to be treasurer to witness whatever it is, then they go and pay the workers or whatever. That's their own fucking problem. Don't need to criminalize, victimize, and use me as a scapegoat. I'm not a goat, I'm a human being. But they say, I'm mad or whatever. Everything they do is wrong until to this very day. And I'm determined to continue for the end of June. Because the way they try to do to me, I'm self-training myself. I don't like to shout at everybody every day to share with my viewers that how this hypnotic device can irritate me. They're trying to say, tell the viewers and the listeners all over the world that every day the hypnotic device is working on me. That they are trying to make my life difficult. It's not. That I'm doing my own living. I'm continuing living. In time, the people can see what is going on. Everyone, the viewers can see what is it. They can even record. I say, you see people doing live streams, they use a recorder, record. After that, they rewind, they see all the sounds or whatever. They can record, they can review what's happening on that day. This is very easy in Singapore. It's not what UPN or in other countries. You just go to Singapore, you can find it. Whatever they do, they say, oh, they control my mind and all this. No. It's a negative process. Sooner or later, we'll still come to the and then continue again and then continue. Oh, it's an endless cycle, no creation of negativity. Another day gone, to them they look at it. To me, I look at it at another year gone. Luckily, I don't on the nearby sharing and share across devices. So I can share across devices. Let's say I have 2 devices. Let's say I have a desktop or laptop. I can share the device, share whatever application. There's one part about the mobile devices using the Windows. Also can the Windows 10. And I can use the Windows 10, but I do not. That time to try it, but I find not so friendly usual. So they have been set up. Although can they think I don't know what they're talking about. So you can see that when they sync across our device, the piece of data to sync data can be also automatically all this they can sync, and but one thing is that people can hack. If let's say your mobile device sync to your desktop, people can hack to your desktop. Clipboard history, you can see all the maybe then you can go there's no clipboard history, sometimes they clear. They enable remote desktop access. So those are less people able to control or using for your control how work on the material. So you can actually try to reduce it to control the desktop. People can control the desktop. A lot of other things are also like I say again, we never end. Why don't you do this one, and they themselves do what they tell people to do. If not, then don't tell people to do. They always say, then go back to their South China Sea. Don't come back here. But they come to the long road. Go back to their power to you. Go back to their own road. So everything is updated, like browser, Windows update. Then I was actually trying to see something about what we were doing. So let's go to the house and actually see. Sometimes I don't understand these people. You know, something wrong, you're trying to prove what? Nothing to prove. There's you cannot be proven for. Every day they do all these things. Faster pay these people. Treasurer. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, picture. And then let's move here, this one here. And then this one here. And this could have been and then let's move on to this one. This is the that one is a triangle experience one. And the other one will be this one here. The one will be hello, we look on this. Then this here, something about the politics. So let's move on this one here. By right, and then I'm supposed to see the glass wires. E. And if you are wanting me to game play and talk with my mind, think about going to Vietnam, you want to see the firework. In June holiday, they bring all their children. They have nowhere to go. Now when they go alone, they're being accused of many things. When I go, they want to go together in one division, one contingent, play the politics game. Meet the new year. So video library. And click sign up to show the video library. And then what else? Let's see. This coral paint shop is good, but I think they'll buy this already.
Vậy hôm đã úa giấc mơ cũng dần tan, đành quên lãng đi người ta từng yêu, quên đi lời hẹn ước vội vã vết thương lòng. Dù biết sẽ khó khăn nhiều nhưng sẽ cố vượt qua. Hãy đời cay đắng tiếng yêu thua ngập dần, bàn tay nắm không chặt thôi đành buông. Đâu có giờ xuân đến mà cánh hoa đâu còn, mùa xuân không có hoa đời hoa thay lệ rơi.
So like video, and then so you can have two different. So you want to so this part here is very good. So media player, and then actually the task can be more like organized. How we want to So this is the list to organize it. And another one will be movie and TV. So this one is one of the trailers. Which you can buy, and it's quite expensive. So you might as well see and now you can buy like some people buy Netflix, Filipinos will buy Netflix, or they buy Disney Plus, and some of the sellers, one maybe like it's a very interesting I like the when I was in Uniqlo, I saw the toy right, and then it's towel, but then it's white color. So I think it's all there. So as we are ending our day, so maybe LM. It's a media player. So movies and TV. So again, as I said, none of the we just want to go for this. So I just want to go into the website and do something I can do. So the thing is, it's a income. So it's you can exit also. You just go back, you just all this Google photo. So you say you want to get memories and everything. It's very interesting if you go out and try. Christmas is like that. I mean, even though Australia or something slightly I will go there. And then after that I will go or either I go to Vietnam, maybe because that's kind of the last destination. So this one this is the one or this is the bridge. See the sound of the bridge. So if I use the other one, so what it is it's maybe don't have it. If I use this I use this don't have. And then maybe where's the boombox? Maybe they got certain time. Boombox. I remember there is a boombox. And the phone. World's longest sea bridge which directly Channel 9 in two favorite trees. And I guess my dream come true. look at the next one. Next, let's see this one. What is this one? This is the the Christmas time. Maybe I just buy one and then give it to her. The one that I saw in the this uh, Jewel or one of the shopping mall. They have all the this one they call it, the sound and everything. Then you fix up with all this new thing. I was thinking of buying the clothing. They said they can do it for me. Then, if they can do it for me, it will be fantastic. I think I don't know here. Here, I don't think so. Maybe this corner here. But here, no. I think this one, no. This one, I think, no. This one, maybe I put in a corner. Yeah, maybe I have it corner here. And then install for me. Like all the decoration. And this one up here. And then, yeah, I can have it here. It's up here, but it's a bit corner. But maybe like, especially for but it's a bit like you know, it's not. So in the end, here this is not very good. This is like lucky. Sometimes in October, we have all the snow and all the snow and everything. And then this one, I think can maybe this one here can do a much thin one, like here to here, here to here. I'm just talking about some of the possibility you can have like this, and then you special construct, not the glass one, but kind of so using the this kind of a height, and then just block here. I think that's a good idea. And then that one just throw away. I like the washing machine. If I buy two in one, I just put that one. So that one later stage. So in the end of the day, maybe this is the one. Maybe I say I go again. I think Tampines one. I'm gonna ask. Maybe I go for now. I don't remember when it is. I just know. I just see and I just ask. I'm gonna ask for this name. May not be there. I'm not very sure. So anyway, I just go. They have recommend we London store. But and then to and then I buy. It's like maybe like a switch. So they can connect all this and then remotely and buy, or maybe buy the whole set. But the other one, that one is all this double city is connected to a power. So when it's connected to a power, it will auto run. But you need the adapter because it's too thin. But I do not like because like I said it's all winter. All these are winter. These are all you will keep moving. All are electrical connected. All these are. I mean, you can do it like this to have a display without the glass. So you can hear the sound. And like this one, the behind. So many. So you can have each in table and you buy all of them. And then another year you buy to fill up. But I don't like because this is like cold. You can see the cold. That also is behind. That time uptown. Uptown the variation will cost you so many items. The time you buy is the one amazing. So you can buy a few and then just hand carry it up, put it in hand carry and buy one and two. And just hand carry it. So maybe, but I doubt I have the chance and time to go and buy. All this is not all in China we have good China. So it's amazing. Try to this business and but this is the uptown one. They buy some. Actually, it should be the other way that I'm actually having. But that's why I say I'm willing to pay. paint it, but I don't like because it's near the kitchen, near the toilet. So the thing is that the fridge unit, I can actually place it the other side, and then but the thing is the whole thing is not very good. This is good, this is good, but that part is a small part. And then they say it's not convenient to pack and cook. This is how now. So they have a two, one two. They went to Davao to do. So this is the this one. You see it's the oh that time I haven't come to Christmas. Then I just they say how come I stay so long? Because I'm trying to know the minute and time. It's much longer than the lion. The lion actually have to transfer. Anytime I'll transfer, then I leave because a lot of space. So I said I must sit. And one time I want to go, I don't want to take very long. This one is like 3 minutes. Uh, 3 minutes. It's just a metal thing. And then you have to switch on. So I don't know when the Merlion maybe we are going to see I went there, I discovered people eating why they eat McDonald's because it's very low price. Very low price. You can actually, if you know how to install it, but I say that Christmas is nothing fascinating. It's more like Chinese Christmas food. So it's more like you have the circle thing. Yeah, you can put there and you can have some they buy like battery or recycle battery with the lights. Like that time they have outside they have the Hari Raya, the decoration, very nice. So these are things are but not worth it. And they also have to a bit things are easy to my audience. It's a memory. So when free they can go down to Davao City, but I said that it nowadays is expensive. So but if free if you want to go, you can go there for 3 days and go back. It's the Dana it's a new time again. I think they also went up to the whole 360 degrees you can see. Any observation tower not necessary, a lot of people. And then that is the intercontinental. After that, then I keep moving. Because this is the latest I went during the this Chinese New Year cats. This where I stay, and this is where you can see all the fireworks. If they want, they can go up and take the pictures of the fireworks. This is the fireworks in the second bridge or the third bridge. But normally it's the second bridge. Second bridge this dragon bridge. But normally it's on the second bridge. Where you have all this fireworks. So no time I go and see be able to see it. And then the other one will be let's say we can see the but now no more because of the fireworks, no more the story of the dragon, the smoke. So if you stay high on the floor, you can see the lights. And then another one is the dragon, bridge. And they are still building all this. And then that over the other part is the Sand River. I think they rebuilt whatever. And new building. And then this is where the other side is the pillory. And you can see here and there's a 34 beach. They say it's a name, you know, what hydro or whatever. It's not actually called a beach. But actually, it's actually it is because long time ago they built the sun, the all the Paris room there.
So in the night you can see in the night I get a good but I even never experienced the good. So maybe in time go not finding so and then I think that's the one. So a lot then we are learning to send it a lot. But one is very interesting. Then they so mine is not very good. So this is just DTS accept and DTS and follow us. And this DTS info to the gaming it could be interesting. DTS and then you can go to some tools. And actually, I think you need to buy this.
The audio of the game needs to be just as compelling as the story and the visuals. DTS offers a variety of sound options that give gamers the most believable and immersive experience possible. The DTSX game audio logo shows that developers have crafted the sound experience using our latest tools, giving players a competitive edge.
So far it's too low unless the sofa can elevate up and down. Just the sofa. Now it's too low. Let's see. Yes, actually I don't like that sofa. But no point putting the all this all this font, all this pillow. Very, so then this one is by Triple X. So the back will be eight. Let's try to see the was good. See, I didn't. Yeah, in terms of again, I said it's a thing that sooner or later I have to go to metropolitan. Still a long way. So I'm thinking about go. I need to go back on my own. Really, really serious to do something. The next thing is really, if I really have to, due to things that I really my own way of looking at it. Nothing to do with money, nothing to do with so far I'm not doing this plan, so I know I'm doing because everything has to be attached. The plan, pricing. So why do we so again how do you search at this one here so here product experience support. So the problem is how to download. But they say it's Adobe. What is Adobe? What is how to browse through string of favorite show. So TV and they have the school for good, Stranger, Netflix, Disney, what's Adobe? the Dolby 8. So this is actually Dolby. But the Dolby and the DHL, I think DHL is better. But Atmos is good. I like the time I hear, I like it. So this one tastes good. Maybe I'll try. I thought Amos is like not going like this. Here, shows, and then product. Is there any sound?
Oh, but do they judge us simply cause our hair is long? Oh, you know make some understanding in the game. Make it nice, make it silent. Don't punish me. If you can take, come on, talk to me. You can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on.
That's it. I just there's another one which I like is the teacher. Maybe it takes some time. I don't know. They never say which artist. Anita, what is Anita? I'm trying to understand, learn something interesting. Anita. And then here. So interesting. So this love.
Dime cómo hacerlo, si tú me deseas, yo a ti también. Hace rato te quiero comer, ¿y qué vas a hacer? Así que ponte un dembow que se no respeta. Tengo para ti la combi completa, que no duró mucho soltera. Aprovechame, te voy a volver, te lo hacemos y tú vas a volver. Aferradita a la pared, yo estoy al caso que quieres volver. Pero no te voy a volver, te lo hacemos y tú vas a volver. Aferradita a la pared, ya, que estoy pegadito a la pared. Contigo no me entero, contigo no capsuleo. Y siempre que te veo, me quieres tener aquí y quiero partirte. Con ella quité.
Todo lo mío siempre estamos activos, lo tuyo no sé dónde están. Tenemos el barco en la orilla, somos los piratas, dime capitán. Están corriendo por la banda, y con ayuda se levanta. Exacto, no duro una tanda. Yo saco y suena pa 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 pa. Estamos hablando de eso, y quiero saberlo. Te dejo partir, si quieres la prueba. Que lo mío te bien, cuidado de mi lado. Que te vaya al cielo, me voy con mi lado.
evolusi ke situ. So let's move on this one already. And then what else?
You get a fast car. I wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Start from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove.
Wet lick.
You got a fast car. And I got a plane to get inside of here. Been waiting at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just across the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. Find a city where it means to be living. See, my old man's got a problem. Live in the bottle, that's the way it is. Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to live like his. So mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than you could give. I said, son, it's gotta take care of him. So I quit school and that's what I did. You got a fast car. Is it fast enough so we can fly away? Still gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live and die this way. So I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast you feel like I was drunk. Cigarettes lay out before us and your arm fell wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. Had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car. We go cruising, entertain ourselves. Still ain't got a job. So I work in the market as a checkout girl. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. And we'll move out of the shelter. Buy a bigger house, live in the suburbs. So I remember when we were driving in your car. Speed so fast, I feel like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt us wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling that I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You got a fast car.
So this how they know people
I got
is
a
a
job,
playboy.
pigs on our bed.
They want to try all ways.
At the bar,
Try this
you
one.
do your kid. I always hope for better. Thought maybe together you and me find it. I got no plans, I ain't
Along the way, I
going
can go.
away. Take your fast car and keep on loving.
Because every day I think
Remember we were
1 year,
driving in
3
your car.
I may not go out.
Sitting out
Every day I all the
there, your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder.
you challenge me. I challenge you. I don't think.
Because in the end of the day, they nothing better to do. They are just delaying 1 hour's time every day, every month. I have things to do, but I'm using this as my real training. I don't need to run away. I face the facts of what I need to do in my development. I will do it. What I want to achieve, I will achieve. They not even better go and see a psychiatrist. Because I'm very sure by the end of this month, they will receive a lot of poison. Whether they like it. Look, everybody got to live with something that is common sense knowledge. Don't mind trying to play all this, it makes no sense. To try to say that in the end of the day is this or that, that is. You go and ask the Chinese, what is it? I don't know. They go and find the answers themselves. So let's look at this. You see, feature movies is not bad. And you also they recommend Dolby soundbar enabled movies like LG. LG is not bad. But I said, here I have LG, pointed LG. And then I have a razor that is 1.2 AR razor. So I still have kind of and preparation for LG. And Samsung I don't like. So and then next one will be what else? That's about it. And even will be Amazon. Amazon is Amazon. It's a little bit. I think that time they have one Amazon device will be 5 TV Fire TV streaming. Is it like more like anytime you buy it? I'm not very sure about that. And the fastest most powerful product from the cross we will just pass off to turn on the TV, move the lights and video. Not saying that it's a more like this one I think I will sign for the maybe they are looking at this. So next Dolby Professional this one is create and deliver in Dolby Vision. So this one like not very good on this sound. So this one is and this one have okay, YouTube.
You feel a certain way. So to be able to have the tools with which to actually fully realize it the way you envisioned it inside, that's heaven for an artist.
We wanted the tools that would indicate that epicness, and Dolby blended that power. It's like a whole new experience.
Dolby has revolutionized sound and visuals that can only enhance our storytelling.
When I first heard about the availability of Dolby Atmos on the console, I was very excited because it's something that I've always thought would be a perfect fit We've worked with Dolby for many years. We have lots of crossover around research and development. And there's been natural synergies. When you can't go to a game, we want to give our audiences the next best option. It really will feel like you're at the game. It's a completely different experience.
You know, you got companies like Dolby coming in where you can hear music from a surround sound times 10 standpoint. I want you to hear it in the best quality so you can feel it to the fullest extent.
You don't just build a story, you're building a world. And that's where people get completely immersed and lost in that world.
It's like going from dial-up to fiber. I wish everyone could hear it like this. Dolby's technologies offer opportunities and inspiration for stories that couldn't have been told before.
It's as if we've been saying a world in two dimensions and suddenly a third dimension appeared. It really transported me to that atmosphere, to that place.
I remember being at Netflix and having a demonstration of Dolby Vision. We saw this, this is amazing. And then when we first got into the suite and started grading, we just couldn't believe the results. The image becomes three-dimensional.
You hear everything, and you hear everything in different spaces, and you can almost fall into the record.
When you listen to it, you feel like you're inside the track. You feel fully immersed into the music.
So for you to be able to experience it that way elevates the story and where I want to put the viewer. And without that technology, you just don't have the same experience.
As I said, in the end of the day, the naughty boys were just trying to play ball. I just watching this, maybe they want me to talk about Chinese music. I don't want to talk about Chinese music. I talk about something more interesting. So this one, you see, learn more about what is it. You see that this one, the sound is from here. How come the sound is immersive? How the sound is immersive drivers in the future of in-car entertainment. So you can actually have sounds like say you have a dashboard right, and you have a kind of a sound coming from different store, and you can have even an AI technology that can help provide people personal AI assistant like Alexa or personal AI assistant technology. You have the Google and this and that. And the internet can be consistent. That syncs as you move, it syncs to all the hub to enable the consistency in the internet connectivity, whether in public places or whether in public facilities, in public transportation, and all this. So consistency is all different. That's why I say they have to keep improving to find out where are the blind spots and complete this, whether as a Syntel or whether as the other telcos. So Tier 1 partners, Dolby and partners have collaborated. They created, delivered, and playback Dolby. Distributors and streaming providers collaborate closely. You see, in time, China also have all those. That in the end of the day, it's not about trying to say that America has all kinds of domination and that I'm influenced by American and Western civilization. You can be exposed to all kinds of cultures, all kinds of civilization. It's up to an individual to see how kind of lifestyle they like to live. If they like to live this, then continue to live this. They are insanity. Because in the end of the day, whatever it is, it has no sense. So let's move on, working with luxury models of portable sedans. So in time it depends. You can have people, last time they used to have people who are customizing really in this. I'm not sure the time was in China. They customize seats, all this already available. They also customize sound for people's car. Depending on the car, the size, you see, the portable sedans, electric vehicles, and traditional, different types of vehicles have different kind of sound. So if they are expert in all this having Dolby, last time you want to buy the one, they also have Dolby, whatever the new type of audio. Because people are right hearing, actually, sometimes they want to have that kind of experience. So you can customize with the sound and make sure that there is kind of sound experience. And then from there, they decided to go to this
wherever they go, they have this special sauce. It seems like some people they have a Mercedes Benz, they want to experience. And then at this say I learn more. Then I now partnership with Apple with the offer Dolby. It can be any kind of vehicles. It's not a rich man. Normal people doing flight hailing, they can enjoy all this. It's not expensive. So people can set up this kind of car, personalized car installation for only audio. Sometimes in the back, that time you know I said, wow, they have a video installed for the children to watch video, internet, or recorded all those like they call it like MP4 or maybe link to the YouTube to watch their favorite videos. So at the end of the day, whatever is, they can enjoy all this stuff, lifestyle for themselves, children, for work. Sometimes they use the vehicles for working. So join us, join us. Dolby will be in Las Vegas for I think this one already over already. So you can see join us Berlin, Dolby. This one is already over. So maybe they have to upload. You see for cars to this app store. You can have all install. Okay, so in the end of the day, they have, as long as they are licensed, and you can see how to mix music, how to experience music. So it's very fantastic. So, in the end, you can try to learn more. Yeah, this was
You hear everything, and you hear everything in different spaces, and you can almost fall into the record. My dad and Jeff Emerick and the Beatles made Sgt. Pepper, and really what they tried to do is they tried to paint the walls of the studios with different colors of sound. They created a picture of sound that no one had heard before. The fun thing is now, with all these speakers that we have around us and this experience, we're actually bringing those walls to life. And that's the exciting thing about the sound in this mix.
The fact that you could be on that journey, hear the music way in front of you, and as you approach it, you as the viewer are being thrust within it, so that the drums can be behind you, the audience is in front of you, the bass is to the left, and the guitar is to the right. Now you really are with her, and that is why mixing in Atmos, I'm not saying it's another character, it is the character, it's all part of the storytelling.
When people kind of ask me, what does it feel like, what does it sound like, and I explained that when you listen to it, you feel like you're inside the track. You feel fully immersed into the music.
It's like going from dial-up to fiber. It's like, wow, I wish everyone could hear it like this.
I want people to feel it, but I also want them to feel like they're in a real environment of sound and wonder, exciting the experience with Dolby Atmos sound using the latest technology that we have available to us as a medium in an art form.
I think that's going to be my primary compositing technique is I'm going to write the tracks in Atmos and then something mixed down to stereo.
I really enjoy the challenge of working in a new creative space. Feeling the music all around me and imagining the movement of characters and sound effects and meshing them all together so that it becomes one sculptural piece where you don't really know where the sound effects start and music begins. It's really twisting my brain in a nice sense.
It's a transformation. 1,000 lives off of the planes. I just got completely immersed in it. It's just immersed.
Everybody has their lifestyle. Doesn't mean the lifestyle of the Chinese is correct. I know it's the lifestyle of the Western. You just live their lifestyle. Why auntie want to control and dictate people's way of life? This is not America, this is Singapore also the same. That is uniquely Singapore. Everybody are not uniquely Singapore means everybody do things the same thing together. It's not the Western civilization or keep up with the Jonases.
That is a wrong way of life. Whatever is you live your life here, is it negative? No, then they can live. They never use the device, you know. Maybe after work, or maybe when they have time. But it's the passion for music. People must have money. They say they need bread, they go need more money. Don't come and play politics until go fuck off. You see, in life, in many other places, don't say I have to migrate to America or Europe to live in Canada. They say that the more they try to do this to me, the more I will be much more attached to America. No. I can live in China and still experience America well. It's amazing when I stay in China. If the Chinese start to play politics and try to accuse me that I'm American, or they say I'm not American. I'm just enjoying the American way of life. I can stay here forever in China until I die. What's wrong if I stay in China and I die there? Nothing wrong. I can stay in America and still listen to China songs. What's wrong if I can stay in America and listen to China songs forever, or until I die, or when I listen to American music, whatever is my lifestyle. I never do anything in Singapore. Why must the United States always interfere in my lifestyle? What kind of politics are they playing? It makes no sense what they're doing. That's why I said I will continue until end of June to see how the story unfolds. To self-train myself not against and not with, to discipline myself, my own, because I know that I must go this myself train against the bad weather conditions wherever I go overseas or in future, if I'm in Singapore. Whether I'm here or any other place. So next, friends with Amazon Music Unlimited subscription. Oh my god, amazing. Apple can enjoy the simple format, big, best. So this is a problem, it's a transition. Once you have ChatGPT, then slowly you will keep improving the ChatGPT. And then after that, then you also can set up improve the personal assistant. Alexa, Google, Hey Google personal assistant, and so forth and so forth. So again, these are the things that will help. Because I see Dolby and then we can actually listen inside it. And this one I think I try, see whether I can with your TV connected device that you can do every day I'm learning something. Don't try to play politics and don't waste your time. People should not play politics and waste their time. You download, I will install the app and accept more, download, and download. And then along the way to support it. Key skills. So at the end of the day, look, my lifestyle has nothing to do with America, China, politics. How they want to fight each other, go and fight. How anyone want to fight between them, I want to get involved. They want to be pressured, they want to stress, is their own problems. The hypnotic want to stress and pressure themselves. Just go ahead and stress, but not at the negative expenses and consequences of others. Because at the end of the day, I know sooner or later, I must meet head on with the hypnotic mind. Whether head on or not head on, the hypnotic mind they do not have the ethics, morals, and principles of positivity. They have the principles of negativity. And they continue to try to play politics. That's why I say, when the time comes, I go overseas, but not in June. Because, like I said, I'm self-training. Because I know what are the dangers of their life in Singapore, anywhere in the world. What is this? What one of those places? So this is another one, which actually people can, like diesel. And then every day I'm not
removing diesel. Because I already have this Spotify, but then I still try to listen more to this diesel version. So once I have much more comfortable, maybe I use I use. So the next we have the weekend. The weekend is nice. And then there's Bruno Mars, Justin Bieber, they work on them. It's not that I said here how to choose them. It's not okay. And then we also have this one she's very good. A5, A5. The user, the user. Phone and I keep playing around, and chill. And then next one will be not jazz, and then what else? The classical dance, and then exhibition. There is no singing that I like. And then rock you can add more flash, electronic, that stuff with maybe a robot or something. And then you can have metal, books, animated, animated. And then after that, bullet for my time running out. When I say they got no bullet, then go to the armory you get. Then what else? Then that one they tell me many things. They try to play balls and they know how to do it. Then and of course they have to be much more hardened to do all this. And then the next one, I said they are more unofficial people that deal with all these people are official. So again, let's move on to the next one. Comedy, then no more comedy, then let's move on to the next one will be this electronic rock. Done sexy rock from other guys. I mean that it's very good and pure movie. Keyboard. So I think that's all. The rest not much. So after you continue, try to choose three after next for you. You welcome. You don't need actually. Just try to see. You choose a set of stuff. So you have to choose online and then so it's quite. And then the next one will be I forget right this one is here. I think and then let's see this one manufacturer connect. Yeah, I don't know what is this. AVR soundbar is nice. Or you have to connect. But if you use Bluetooth, also can. So it's more like TV connect. But then if you connect TV, the TV come out, yeah, you have it more. But sometimes TV also has to be. So, but you don't have to specifically buy TV. So again, what else? What other type of TV sound results that you maybe there's trying to get. And then this one digital glass.
I'll never stop loving you.
Chat! If my nerd is actually super close friends with you, and your cornball act on my friend lawn, I will totally lose my standing with the chess club.
Yeah, living in Australia is fun. But I say it will in by end of this year, by end of next year, we won't have this one. I'm very confident in that. So as long as they quickly buy buy the nuclear subs and everything from America, Australia, I'm very sure they will have a lot of things. So again, Australia want to invest more in Vietnam. They went to study. They went to Thailand. They find that Thailand really boring place. So they decided to go Vietnam. And they begin talks from America. So America can change to Australian passport, and they consider themselves American. But as I said, I don't really care how the world is done. It can rain for days in Sydney, the east coast of Australia, or in whatever. I don't really care. Just like to be in West. But West is also not very stable, so I just see the situation. At the moment, I do. So I have to prepare myself for the daily. I find that after I eat, and with the seaweed in the morning and evening, I'm still okay. That's why I will continue to try to mentally it's okay, but now the physical part, overcome physical, skin problem, physical energy, stamina, ego, unlimited subscription, and go enjoy. Amazon music unlimited subscription, so maybe I just try. So a lot of things I just try to learn about many things. So I do my life not talking time to play with them. Because as now I said I really have once you change your friend, Singapore approach, and then you find way to consider signing. So I think this is the kidney sign in detail, and then oh this number. So how to means I have to change. You can't or to change your try to be so in the end of it, I found this issue. Another way would be I think I got it. But then maybe they want to enter the number. Okay, so that's good. So yeah, good here. So here we have a lot of email. And then they don't have this old time. I don't know why this new time. I didn't actually do anything to it. You don't go and change my change time. One, two, three. And then next, this one I never use. Microsoft 365. The new next one. And this comes together as well. I say every day is learning. Learn something. Don't always try to make things that are just delayed by those challenges. So recently, when here, really it's just going maybe it's fun. I think this cannot be done. Okay, let's see whether we can. At the end. Okay, so what's happening? It's just happening. Jadi salah satu contoh lain selalu using the answer which is very good. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, I remember they don't have that. See. And the other one is this one can try to activate. It's quite expensive, but maybe not the gold and this one. Try to renew. It's an auto renew. That's what I do. Sometimes I need to continue to try to. When I'm in Singapore, I have to continue to practice what I know. My daily lifestyle, some of the lifestyle, my lifestyle sometimes is associated with this. So please choose a country or president, perhaps it could be more like that. So maybe you're not able to, maybe you may not be able to access this money. Then, so Amazon Music is fantastic. You can actually have this here. And then, like I said, it's time for me to learn many things. Yes, new things that I need to learn. So let's try to use one. So I learned the diesel, I learned this one. This is so CP. You don't really need to. Last time I did. And so the payments is not so you can actually try. Yeah, it's difficult. So you're not able to always and last time I did manage to do it. I think I got some it's still around the highway itself. We can have a lot of street. 203. 112 is
So too bad, I cannot use uniform. So this one. Okay, so this one. Then this one is like this one. It's a bit like I was saying, like last time we had this keyboard. So let's see this one. Will be
What's the vibe switch like, guys? I feel like the name is sushi spot on TikTok included. Let me pull it out. I like sushi.
I'm not taking credit of that. Come on.
Mango, banana.
Volvo EX90.
We have designed the audio system in the EX90 to deliver what we really think is important, and that is great sound for you to hear the recordings you know and love without any hindrance, maximum transparency, and really putting you in the concert seat. I think the benefits with a great audio system is that the car might be one of your last places to really experience audio. You might have a busy home life where you rarely have the time or the energy to really sit down and listen to audio, but having a great sounding audio system in your vehicle really lets you have that time every time you commute. It's like your me time, so to say. The headrest can really help you anchor the sound so you get your perfect sound in every seat.
It's the most extended range of audio that we've done before, right?
Yes, we have 25 speakers in the vehicle. It is really a labor of passion.
Yeah. By that interest, we keep up with what's going on, and we know what steps to take next. And we have access to some of the greatest minds in the industry, and we make use of it in a very well way, I would say.
We work very closely with our suppliers, Bowers & Wilkins and Dolby.
The point about Bowers & Wilkins is more than just delivering product, it's about delivering experiences. And hopefully what we do as a result of that is we get you closer every single time you listen to what the artist actually meant to say, what they were trying to say, the true sound of the artist's experience.
I think Volvo really appreciate and value audio. I think it's a really key feature in the development of their cars. I think that really helps us and makes our life easier as we seek to develop the very best audio systems in the car.
When you listen to music, you're used to a stereo experience. That definitely means you have an experience where you have two speakers in front of you and the music is displayed as a front stage or coming from the front. Now, when you think about hearing and how you're listening to your environment, what you really do, you'll listen to audio all around you. Yeah, that's a natural experience, and that is exactly what Atmos does. When I think about bringing Dolby Atmos into the Volvo cars and the EX90, what I'm most excited about is that combination of that wonderful craftsmanship of Scandinavian design and bringing the Dolby Atmos experience into that kind of car.
Ultimately, the audio system in the EX90 is about delivering the sound you love without compromises.
cost-effectively to move to Dolby, I'm very thrilled to partner up with Mercedes-Benz, bringing Dolby Atmos music to their cars. Dolby Atmos is an immersive audio that allows the listener to be enveloped in sound. Now, with Dolby Atmos music, we bring the studio straight to the car.
You don't really need
For me, as a sound developer at Mercedes-Benz, Dolby Atmos gives me the opportunity to exploit the full potential of a Gormester sound system. So what we give our customers in Mercedes-Benz with Dolby Atmos is full transparency, highest entertainment, and the best sounding experience you can get at Mercedes-Benz. We're bringing now the right things together, the best possible sound architecture and Dolby Atmos, and this completely matches together as the best audio experience in the Mercedes-Benz you can get.
the rest, the part will all these will not I was thinking because it's like my hobby and to do something that I like. One person. LG.
Having a great time here in Kansas City. We have a championship series in town. Top level gameplay. I think one of our most competitive events we've ever had.
The event's been going amazing. I've been here since Friday, and it's been absolutely fantastic. It's been really, really fun.
But the thing here at like Dolby, like just better. It's so good. That's kind of what I can
Having this better here, I've talked to a lot of people who have gone through your site and talked about what a great experience it is, how different it is, and they had a great time playing it.
Right away, and it's like going from a game to
There's a
battlefield. It sounds like you're in the game.
That kills me. So much more clear. No joke about like actually being in the action.
Like when you got the Dolby visual, it feels like I'm, maybe in a Master Chief suit, kind of around inside the game.
I would explain it as if like something that's right in front of you just kind of wrapped around you.
Dolby like really immersed you in the experience, and it felt like you could hear the shots behind you and the call outs. It was definitely like an all-around experience.
Yeah, knowing exactly where everyone is and like hearing where they're coming from, it can develop strategy and it can also help your teammates.
It changes the whole game, knowing like in hearing where they are. It's half the game right there.
If you hear the chat behind the door, you can just tell your friends that, you can tell your teammates that, and they'll be able to help you out in that experience as well.
Wow, I get it, man. That sounds just.
And the immersive experience, it goes from the top down around, it's just everywhere.
I really enjoy like feeling the rumble of the bass. I can feel it in my feet and I feel it in my chest, and it really puts me in pain.
I love how clear the audio is from the vocals, so I can actually understand what you're saying about subtitles.
With Dolby, like you turn it on and it's much more immersive. It sounds like it's actually like in your ear. You're in the experience, like you're living in it. Hearing that sound gives me chills right now. It usually doesn't.
Great sound altogether, got great visuals, and it just makes it more fun.
I'm seeing things like sharper colors, deeper colors. You feel like this is how it's supposed to look.
A lot more clarity in the color, being able to differentiate like enemies and people.
The pictures, like looking out my kitchen window,
Yeah,
seeing Halo's on display Halo right now.
Yeah, your color profiles are better. You might not be able to tell, but I like vibrant colors. For me, it's the kind of visual that I want to see. It's turning it up to 10. But bumped up to 15. Y'all heard of 11. It's time for 15. It's so good. This is nice and crisp. I feel like I'm being
So, like I said, I just do my own do other things. End of the day, so other experience is maybe one of the sound is much more important. To have a headphone is okay, nice, but I really still have. I wear until I cannot wear anything. I still can wear this one. I can wear one outside, one for indoor. I can wear this one for rugged for outdoors. And buy another one for without cable, just Bluetooth. But that is not my main focus. So now you have subscribed already. And then you can have that. So maybe I still want to hear the sound test. So let's subscribe. Intro. The signals and the let's try to
a demo for cinemas, theaters.
So more important,
Gala Media Canada. Create experiences. A Dolby Atmos 7.1.2 demo. Picture the sound. Front left. Front center.
okay.
Front right.
So I was watching the concept sequence, that's the sound, the bass, keep quite intact. Now the sound is a bit more, not really like boom, 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 like maybe like the one is more like Star Wars. One left. One.
Rear right. A demo for cinemas, theaters. Top center left. Gala Media Canada. Create experiences. A Dolby Atmos center right. 7.1.2 demo. Picture. And now, experience 7.1.2. All the channels together.
So the sound is just nice, but sometimes you have a more. I think I buy it. LG is not very good. I think I will buy the laser. It's not so long. The long one is better. Maybe I see it. I don't have the LG. I buy it. Maybe I buy the laser. Yes. Most amazing sound. It's like fancy. That is not sound. So important. I buy the setup the database. Still, I don't know. That one later after the setup after oversaturation. And then what else? The rest, the security, this one is also setup. Everything should be ready by June. Yeah, I'll be traveling on and off of the trying to improve kind of the sound skill, audio visual, or whatever it is we can. Because we can do, we always just need. I have to continue to live because my life is short. I just continue to live, enjoy the point. To enjoy the point, you can't have something wrong with them. And right now, continue. So they do see string on low keys. See, sometimes they want to be more visual. It's not right.
May I have your attention, please?
Yes, it's not.
May I have your attention, please? You are about to experience now the future of sound based on a revolutionary new system called Oro 3D. This is a three-dimensional audio technology that is changing the landscape of the cinematic experience. Oro 3D features sound reproduction that is more realistic than anything you've heard before. It draws you into the action on screen, fully immersing you in a spectrum of lifelike sound. Natural acoustic reflections affect you as they do in real life, originating not only from around you, but also above you. Spatial sound can be divided into three different layers. Sounds coming from the horizontal plane around us. Above this is a second layer that reveals both direct sounds and hyperflections. These reflections are important for our brains to better understand the sounds originating in the first layer. And the third layer, revealing sounds that come from directly above us. Ceiling speakers alone are not enough to get a true three-dimensional audio effect. Oro 3D achieved a reproduction system that uses these three layers to recreate the most efficient three-dimensional sound format with the minimum number of speakers. This is where much of Oro 3D's magic lies. It's based on a groundbreaking new technology that delivers with the magic of uncompressed audio quality on all three layers. Here's a demonstration of how sound in 3D can literally transport you into the energy and atmosphere of the Amsterdam city center during a warm spring evening. This sequence was recorded with two quadraphonic layers of microphones, with one positioned directly above another. It's only 8 channels in total using the Oro 3D system. The lower layer is reproducing sounds on the horizontal plane directly around you. The higher layer is capturing the important acoustical reflections coming from above. Combining these two layers creates a three-dimensional sound field. Now, hear how the city comes alive. The sky is opened up. Hearing a buzz behind you. In this next demo, helicopters will slowly creep up from the back of the theater. Close your eyes and feel them fly overhead. Without backpiped surround speakers, it's impossible to reproduce natural flyover effects. Auto 3D makes
At least I don't understand what song it is. I don't see it immediately. I don't understand. Oh my god, this man is already important and not stable. My parents will say, you want to sleep, and I say, nice good. There are a lot of places to stay. A lot of places. The college there. Play tennis and then drive. Play this golf. There are lots of activities. Student office. I'll go to Auto Central and stuff. I think that the living conditions is not very good. Yeah, they try to do this and do that. I don't really bother because every day I'll be going out very long. Same time, it will be cold, whatever. Times change. But I still stay in it's a public library, always a public library. I went to the university. You need to be a member of you can go there if you want to, but I don't like like Miami, I don't like Florida, I don't like California. Most of the time, if I want to travel, I don't drive. Drive my car. If you want to drive, you can learn experience, learn to drive. Sometimes the middle of night, you just say in and everything, in and out water, but go and buy in the store or just bring with you. And then after that, ask the driver to install it. Whatever it is, whatever, don't make it start. I cannot remember. I need to really explore. It's a very nice place. Avoid the tornadoes and Australia, I don't like. But I also made it in Europe. I don't know. She's not. It's up to us to decide. It's her own lifestyle. I'm not observing. I should go dangerous and and then I never been in time travel around. Maybe I'm not very sure. But for me, it's just traveling. And I don't have to stay in such a day. I don't travel, I don't stay in that group. Things change.
Whether the soundscape sits in the mood of the scene, or captures the instinct of nature's fury. Remember this, it's just the bottom of Dolby Vision.
It's MRT.
This is black. This is contrast that delivers greater detail and dimensionality. This is luminance. These are different. One is pure energy that is about to reveal an entire universe of color. Transform your viewing experience.
It's like this. I still remember like all kinds of we can say we can bully me, we can rock me. It's a very the longest street. Many different concepts. For me, I just walk for shopping, walking. You can all kinds of people, they will call you and you can see your phone. But I said I'm not maybe inside I know not into carrying some of the I don't know I here I can stay overseas and also can rent buy properties in other countries. So I don't really need to consider about migration. My boss will make it.
Right? Listen to a cinematic audio today. Because we're so used to hearing sound this way, we don't notice that it is only a fraction of God's potential. What if sound could be extraordinary? Again,
So let's
If sound could be captivating, subtle, authentic. What if sound could be deeper? More dimensional.
music.
There's no need for one, because you're listening to
I don't
Dolby
have one.
Atmos.
I don't need one. I need to have all this have
Dolby Atmos. Audio will precisely move in any direction through this game. Whether the sound sweeps from the back to all the way in front, arcs overhead, or anywhere in between. Today, we see every dimension. How does that sound?
I do travel. New as I try to do because I live all this is like July and study I live I mean, not go to any place.
You won't just hear
As usual, nothing much. I'll bring my laptop.
You'll hear a slightly battered and broken baseball fly past your right ear.
And then
As a cloud of green moves,
all this learning stuff is
and shards of glass trickle overhead.
And then another
Just before gravity takes hold, sliding canvas to the four corners of the roof. While the sound that scared by the kid, running out there, actually made distance.
You can buy it. The price is very good. Right. other thing is, maybe I like it the right now you can't really listen, but if you're watching a movie or this audio is fantastic. And you also so I can wash my legs and hopefully heal. By right it's not supposed to. By right just sounds okay. But then you my leg itchy. And then when my leg itchy and my leg injured already. So that one later I think I will do quite a lot of activities. Let's continue doing my own things.
I'm don't know what you're talking about. I'm just actually listening to some of the sounds. And some of the sounds is fantastic. Like we have more KHCR and also it's more like sound. There are many like it's a sex of space. All nice are like I said, in-house nitro cell. So in terms of sound test, the more sound test, please do so to address the skill. Clean show.
How can you be able to transcend your chance? Move it around you. Point outwards. Whether the soundscape sits in the mood of the scene, or captures the instinct.
Not very well. Maybe in the cinema or what. Transformer, I don't know. Some kinds of those games. That will work. And finally, it's not a five direction. Then I go to I go to buy I say maybe the one is very similar. Maybe like the movies you're watching. So in the movies there was some me. Oh my god. Amazing when I was in cinema. Sound experience. Step video concert will be a different kind of songs, different events, different places.
games. When you you will have one coming every day after the national day. Now the prepare the game, you see the Saturday, Sunday, start with Sierra, Sierra Kali you go around there, take pictures. Over there, we go to Starbucks there, we go to this Merlion, hang around the Starbucks and Merlion, wait for the people to go and take pictures. Different experience, different angle. I didn't take pictures, I didn't go out, I didn't see the fireworks. But it's a one of a time kind of experience. I did quite a lot of pictures. It's an experience that you cannot describe until you are there. And you need to take pictures unless you have an AI technology that has a kind of feeling. You take pictures or you use the video to video or the kind of feeling photo video, take picture of your feelings, of emotions, whatever. And then after that, transform to someone's mind and see mental, mental, physical, physical. It can be done. All this I said we work in time for this experience to share, glorify, download and share, upload and share. Sharing is more than just audio and visual. Sharing is more emotions, feelings, something that you can be able to realize, but I didn't really try. So you have let's say like this one, you had Blu-rays 4 years ago, so you have like 1 month ago, and there's 4K pictures. So continue with this. But it's the message slides, you become more like a amazing. So it's not always the Americans that do. Now we have a challenge by China. So we'll see and we saw it in good. The Indian one they will continue to train. They try to be much more better. So let's see that some Spider-Man parts the mysterious movie. Let's say T-Rex. Cycle waves. Let's see. So every is 4K, 60 FPS. When the 4K, 120 for the time always 4K HDR, 4K FPS. Very interesting. I think this is more like
Combo 6 and W for Alpha, H4, Alpha, Windows 8 on all sides. Copy that.
G main. That's so nice. Just bang bang. That's not this so in this using the AI technology, the advanced you don't need to use all these menu. Using AI technology to help you. Whether you are looking at it, how you position your weapons and how you load, how you ensure that everything functions. You can also have an AI technology and it will just shoot and then it will just trigger once you have a target matches on the identity of the person, identify tag number. So after that you just check on the result the bullet will go in. There is a result like that. By the time you do it, drones on the go, not using manual control like that. It's more about speed.
Civilian in play, repeat, civilian in play. Clear. Confirm. Confirm. Clear. Go ahead, clear.
We should be in the same place.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I was messed up. I was impressed.
What I hit him? Neck. On a moving train. Took a video?
Yeah, I took video, man. Me and everybody else, look.
You should remove the video.
Delete it. And come on, listen. 4 shooters ripped on this guy before he got the call. All right, 4. All them studs. We bring them up. It was beautiful, all right? I got emotional, tears fell. Delete it. I believe it. I believe it.
Can't do this.
We got him in his neck. It's beaming in his head. Other lines of work, you can
lose a step, not this one.
Pointed out that prices had fallen significantly from last year and supply was expected to meet demand. But with Saudi Arabia's production cut, OCBC Bank's Basu Menon flagged that oil prices will face a challenging time in the near term.
Well, short term, we've seen the markets rebound a little bit. Oil prices are up from when I last checked about $2 a barrel, $2.50 a barrel. So I think that's the initial market reaction. But the reality is that OPEC has cut production 3 times. October last year, April this year, and now the unilateral action from Saudi Arabia. But despite that, they've not been able to stem the decline in oil prices to some extent. So I think the issue really with oil prices is not just about supply. OPEC is trying very hard to support oil prices. The reality of the fact is that demand is the big uncertainty. If the global economy slows down sharply and some economies in the world go into a recession, if China slows down more than expected, that's going to affect oil prices. And I think OPEC is anticipating that, which is why Saudi Arabia has cut oil prices by on its own by 1 million barrels a day, and they've done it for July, but they've left it open as to whether they're going to continue until the end of the year. But the other significant thing that came out of the OPEC meeting is that they are extending the production cuts they've undertaken so far to 2024. So they see the problem continuing over the next 12 to 18 months. They know the global economy is slowing down, some will slip into recession, and so I think oil prices will face a challenging time.
The International Air Transport Association has upgraded its outlook for airline industry profitability this year. IATA handed down the new forecast at its annual general meeting in Istanbul, where top executives in the sector have gathered to assess the post-pandemic recovery. And about 4.35 billion people are expected to travel this year, almost back to the pre-pandemic level. Net profits for the airline industry are also expected to reach nearly $10 billion, more than double the previous estimate. And total revenues will top the $800 billion mark for the first time since 2019. The recovery is playing out differently when you compare regions. The net profit estimate climbing higher than $11 billion for North American carriers and $5 billion for European ones. The losses expected in Africa and Latin America. And Asia Pacific carriers expected to be the worst off, with the losses of almost $7 billion. Still ahead on Asia now, Russia's military claims that it has beaten back a major offensive by Ukraine. Plus,
assessing the post-pandemic recovery for the air travel industry, I'm Roland Lim in Istanbul at the annual general meeting of the International Air Transport Association. I'll be bringing you the latest forecast figures for the industry, plus I'll have an interview with the Director General of IATA, that's Willie Walsh, coming up in this hour.
Challenges facing those with special needs.
They were like bullying, talking behind my back.
The underprivileged population with disability has been called the poorest of the poor, but given the opportunity, a chance to realize their potential. Wednesday on CNA.
CNA Leadership Summit, Trust Matters, coming this July.
We know enough of this scale-up. Different alleys will be double, different gangs, now make way for a lesson there.
There you go, the creme de la creme.
Take a look at the wild side with me. Sunday on CNA.
So you can have a jungle from below the jump. You can just click on
That's why I start online. I can buy one like this. Yeah, I think the Meizu or they have it. But it may drop lah. Like put here, you can turn. Most important. So there's no. This one is an app. The e-com. And then oh my god, you see this? It's quite big. The recipe. You see like this? It's quite big. And you can turn up and down and add it up. So it's good. And you can 90% spiral. So it's fantastic. Then I have those colors like this is blue, yellow, black, yellow, white, blue. Don't mind to and this is also, oh my god, promo. Mini waterfall, brand new.
Updating this hour's top stories. China and the US join Indonesia's multilateral naval drills despite ongoing diplomatic breaks. The exercise brings together dozens of countries, including Russia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, and North Korea. Cargo train services back on track in India's Odisha state following the country's deadliest rail crash in decades. Officials are looking at whether the tragedy was caused by signaling fault. Investigators say they have not ruled out sabotage. Plus, the Singapore race course at Kranji set to close by March 2027 for redevelopment. The facility will make way for housing and other users, including leisure and recreation. Meanwhile, IATA is calling for more governments to prosecute passengers for their disruptive behavior after an increase in the number of unruly incidents. So for every 568 flights, at least one case was reported last year. That's up from 1 per 835 flights from the previous year. The term unruly passengers refers to those who fail to respect the rules of conduct on board an aircraft or fail to follow the instructions of crew members. IATA says non-compliance, verbal abuse, and intoxication are the most common incidents. The latest analysis comes 2 weeks after a passenger opened an emergency exit on an Asian Airlines flight in mid-air. The trade association notes that non-compliance incidents initially fell after mask mandates were lifted on most flights. The frequency rose again throughout 2022, gaining nearly 40% in a year earlier. Physical abuse cases also saw an alarming increase of 61% from the previous year, but IATA noted that they remain very rare, occurring just once in every 17,200 flights. Well, CNA's Roland Lin is covering the IATA annual meeting and World Air Transport Summit in Istanbul. And earlier, he spoke to IATA Director General Willie Walsh about premium versus economy travel, as well as the difficult task of greening the airline industry.
So at global level, we're about 90% of where we were in 2019 today. We have seen good growth, but Asia still lags. The Asia Pacific region still lags. It's principally down to China. And domestic travel within Asia is back at where it was in 2019, which is very encouraging. But we're seeing international travel within Asia at about 56% of what we were in 2019. And we expect that recovery to continue. It will be impacted by some issues like the closure of Russian airspace, but the trend is certainly very positive.
So you've overall seen a full increase in the number of total passenger traffics across the board, the various regions, Asia, Europe, as well as the Americas.
Yeah, when we look globally, all the domestic markets at a global level are certainly both where they were in 2019. The Japanese domestic market sets up to be up, we expect that to be about 2019 in the next couple of months. The Australian domestic market is probably the one that's lagged most, so it's only at about 87% of where it was in 2019. But again, globally domestic markets, when we add it all together, is now above where we were in 2019. International markets are still recovering, but the pace of recovery is very encouraging.
Give us an idea about the traffic you're seeing in terms of business versus premium travel. Is, for example, premium travel exceeding that of business?
So what we're seeing is growth in premium travel is at a faster pace than
We see the
the economy cabin. If you, however, then look into the reason for travel as opposed to cabin for travel, we are still seeing that business travel, whether that's in premium or economy, is recovering at a much slower rate than leisure travel. And I think that's being recognized by everybody globally. I don't think we're seeing difference in behaviors or patterns in different countries in the world. So it's pretty consistent that travel for business, whether that's in the premium cabin or the economy cabin, is lagging the recovery in travel for leisure.
And then air cargo outlook, that's decidedly more mixed. We're seeing less of a gradual decline.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. So volumes are certainly lower than they were in 2019. So we've had two extremely strong years from air cargo, very important contribution to the survival of airlines actually through the period of the crisis. But I think it does reflect some of the manufacturing issues that we've commented on. But yeah, it's still very important. So while volumes are about 5.5% lower than they were in 2019, it's still making a very significant contribution to the profitability for the industry.
Air travel is moving harder to decarbonize. I mean, tomorrow's fleet needs to be much cleaner than it is. So the returns today are much smaller because we have more fuel efficient planes these days. And then we have the manufacturers themselves. Boeing is not healthy, doesn't have a healthy balance sheet. Airbus might have. Are we seeing enough research and development put into new planes?
Yeah, we would like to see more. I think it is important to point out that the aircraft that are coming into service today are significantly more efficient than the aircraft that are replacing. But you're quite right, it refers to the next generation of aircraft. And I think the debate now is whether that new generation aircraft will be powered by conventional kerosene or is that going to be a hydrogen powered source. And there's a disagreement depending on who you talk to there. So Airbus have committed to hydrogen powered aircraft in 2035. From my point of view, I think hydrogen actually plays a part later on. I think beyond 2050, hydrogen will be a much more important factor for the industry. And hence the reason, as an industry, we're putting so much emphasis on sustainable aviation fuel. Because the advantage of that is it's what we call a drop-in fuel, so it can be used with the existing aircraft. We don't require any technical adjustment. It can be used with existing infrastructure at airports. So it's available to us immediately, and it doesn't depend on the technology being developed by the manufacturer. So our belief is in the short, medium term, sustainable aviation fuel is a much better investment to focus on than further research and development into new technology.
Is the cost going to be passed down to the consumer?
Ultimately, this will be reflected in ticket prices. I think it's a fallacy for people to believe that you can transition to net zero at no cost. There is a huge cost associated with decarbonising any industry. So, we believe that sustainable aviation fuel can be produced in greater quantities, particularly if we have the right government policy frameworks in place that incentivize production. And we are seeing that in the US, for example. Significant incentives being provided by federal government and some state governments to encourage greater production of sustainable fuels. So while we see low volumes being produced today, we're very confident that that can be ramped up and it can meet the requirements of the industry. But I would agree with you. It is going to remain more expensive than traditional fuel. You can get indicators to whether it will cross over at some point. Personally, I believe that we have to accept that and that means the cost faced by the industry will increase, and the ticket prices that we charge people will have to reflect those higher costs. So ticket prices will go up.
If ticket prices go up, what happens to the budget airline industry?
I think it's a good question. I think it impacts on everybody. So already today, fuel is a much bigger percentage of their costs. So I don't think it represents the end of budget travel. I think what it does mean is that the average ticket price will be higher
than we have been used to. So fuel today is the single biggest cost that the airline industry faces. And there's no question of the industry being capable of absorbing that with the tiny levels of profitability that we make. But I don't see this structurally changing the industry. I think it will have some impact on demand, and they will suppress the rate at which traffic grows. But I don't see it as being something that's going to in any way change the shape of the industry.
Always I saw some people always find something unique.
Russia's defense ministry says it's thwarted a major offensive by Ukraine in the southern region of Donetsk. It said that Ukraine had launched the offensive yesterday using 6 mechanized and 2 tank battalions. It's not clear if the attack represented the formal start of a long-expected Ukrainian counter-offensive, but Moscow is eager to highlight its apparent success in repelling Ukrainian troops.
That one, that time in this Japanese one, very colorful back. That one was a eagle. That one very good, no eagle. Eagle is very good.
3 боевые машины пехоты, 21 боевая бронированная машина.
President Volodymyr Zelensky had warned that Ukraine's counter-offensive would bring great consequences, saying a large number of soldiers will die. That's because Moscow enjoys air superiority, which is why Mr. Zelensky has been asking allies for more air defense systems and F-16 fighters. Analysts believe the early stages of Kyiv's counter-offensive may have begun. They say it appears to be focusing on securing land routes between Russia and Crimea. Fighting reported also along the Ukrainian border with Russia. 2 women were killed by shelling in the Russian region of Belgorod, allegedly by Ukrainian forces. Pro-Ukrainian militia have been operating there. They claim to have captured Russian troops.
Grainy aerial footage released on Sunday by a militant group of Russians fighting on behalf of Ukraine purports to show its members storming into a southern Russian cities of Belgorod. The Freedom of Russia Legion and another group, the Russian Volunteer Corps, have claimed they conducted a number of cross-border raids into Russian territory from Ukraine. Last week, Moscow said 2 civilians were killed during fighting. In the video posted to the Freedom of Russia's Telegram channel, a man identified himself as the commander of the Russian Volunteer Corps said his fighters had captured 2 wounded Russian soldiers. The man offered to exchange them with Belgorod's regional governor. The governor, Vyacheslav Gladkov, responded on his own Telegram channel. Gladkov said there was a battle going on with saboteurs and terrorists in a Russian border town. He said he was going to meet with the militants to ensure the return of captives if they were alive. He gave the name of a border checkpoint and a time. But later on Sunday, the militant group said it would hand over the prisoners to Ukraine after the governor failed to turn up as promised. Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year has in recent weeks and months come home to Russia. Gladkov said Ukrainian forces shelled Belgorod over the weekend, adding that 4,000 residents were relocated for their safety. Ukraine has denied attacks inside Russia. Meanwhile, Russian bombardment of Ukrainian cities continues. Ukrainian officials said a Russian missile attack on the city of Dnipro killed a 2-year-old girl and injured at least 22 people. Reuters could not independently verify the report. There was no immediate reaction from Moscow.
85
Kyiv
meter,
on Sunday made a plea for operational silence ahead of the assault, discouraging public speculation on when and where it might strike.
Well, circling back now to one of our top stories, railway services have resumed at the site of the train collision in India's Odisha state. Officials believe the crash was caused by failures linked to signal systems. And earlier we spoke with a railway expert, Sudhanshu Mani, and we began by asking him how a signal error caused this fatal accident.
Oh my God.
The Coromandel Express was to go on the main line, and the signal showed it to go on the main line. That happened in the road and also set for the main line. In this case, the gate point where the track separated full speed, that is 130 kilometers per hour.
Then,
Let's look at the next one. The route was actually set to the route line. And and then the crash happened as you expect. Now, this cannot happen in a interlocked signaling system.
This one is very
It
common
can
now.
only happen if there is some criminal intent or a criminal negligence of some maintenance staff, which bypass certain things in a short method or the criminal intent of the because signal system as such it fails safe. If something fails, it's going to go into the safe port. Unprecedented action by government to order a criminal inquiry. The Criminal Bureau of Investigation is going to inquire it, unlike other accidents which are done by the Commissioner of Railway Safety, which is also an independent agency.
Uncle, that one
So
I'll
it
be
appears that government has some information that perhaps some foul play could have been at play. And we have to wait for this investigation to be completed. But it cannot be called a signal failure as such. It is some intervention with a criminal or negligent action to bypass certain things with the signaling system manually.
So now that the Railway Executive Body has recommended the case be handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigations, but what will they be looking out for, or what will they be investigating?
What do you want me to do?
As I said, because it's a criminal investigation body, that means the government has a belief that this goes beyond simply some negligent working by some railway personnel. There is a possibility of sabotage, as the government thinks, and that's why instead of only the Commissioner of Railway Safety doing the inquiry, the Criminal Bureau of Investigation would do the inquiry, which would take into all other issues of any criminality or somebody is involved in it.
Well, how have years of underinvestment impacted railway operations and safety for one? For example, you're saying that this was sabotage. It must not be too complicated to sabotage.
I'm not saying that, it's a
possibility of sabotage. The fact that, safety was able to be compromised so easily. How big a factor, of course, are, a lack of investment in the rail infrastructure or maintenance, for example, which has allowed these incidents to happen, and which areas do you think need to be focused on more?
So, if it's a case of sabotage, if it is, it's not as if it can be done so easily. One has to have some collusion, and because a saboteur would more likely go to the middle of the section and try to disconnect the rails and not interfere with the electronic interlocking system. So that's why the possibility of careless working, negligent working by railway staff is also strongly there. As for investment in railways has gone up 4 or 5 times since this government came up. So investment is not lacking, money is not a problem. You must realize that this is not the time to talk numbers, but the number of fatalities in Indian railway accidents have come down drastically. Even 7 or 8 years back, it used to range 500, 600 per year. And now it is down to less than 50. In fact, 2022, the number of fatalities were only 11. This year, of course, is going to be totally spoiled by this one single accident which has claimed so many lives. To answer your question, yes, investment is not a problem. More focus in safety works, more focus in infrastructure upgradation work is perhaps called for. And after this accident, I'm sure they will have to have more focus in more safety works, less and less manual intervention, and as much automatic fail-safe signaling systems. One has been developed by India itself. It's called Kavach. So it is equivalent of ATCS level 2 European system at about 1/3 the price. And it has been installed in about 1,500 kilometers so far, whereas the route is nearing 70,000 kilometers. So more focus is required in installing this new system which has been developed, which is a comprehensive system.
So that on Asia now, learning how to smile again as people in Japan adjust after the lifting of the mask mandate. And later, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern awarded the title example of Dane for her service to her country.
This June, leap into a futuristic world where imagination, invention, and innovation become reality. What food will we eat in the future when all our resources run dry? Meet the modern-day farmers in a race to feed the world.
I want to leave something good for the world.
Gain access to one of the world's busiest airports as we reveal the unseen world and unsung heroes of shipping. Inside Air Cargo. It's a game over for this successful video game giant. Witness these major players level up and smash through obstacles in Japan's comeback game. This June.
Get it right. Yeah, AI or what?
Circuitry may be the key to understanding mental health.
The activating tool, bringing that idea into reality.
Anywhere in the world. A perfect storm of disruptions as one of the world's most critical resources under threat.
What happened? Days and months following the nuclear revolution.
Witness the hidden world of curious creatures.
Đây là món nhân giả, nó rất là rẻ tiền, nó ngon nữa.
Venture into part-time large-scale operations in Cambodia. Asian hate still lingers in the UK.
One of the longest school closures in the world, a new and disturbing form of Japanese immersion.
Vâng, bên cạnh đó là một số mà con thấy đấy, học sinh mà.
We should do everything we can to fight for them so they're not doing one.
で、ここは大体およそ500から700トンぐらいマグロを収納できるスペースがあります。まあ、ここで遅れちゃって、やっぱりもう飛行機に間に合わないところが起きちゃう。
So, okay, let's continue. This one,
This is the game changer, see.
I want to get an idea. But this one is, this is not waterproof, not very good. Bit army style. It's not 70 kg.
Welcome back to Asia Now. It is World Environment Day, and to reuse, recycle, and reorient is the message the United Nations is sending out. The theme of this year is beating plastic pollution. More than 400 million tons of plastic is produced worldwide in a single year. The UN says an equivalent of over 2,000 garbage trucks full of plastic is dumped into our waterways every single day. The scientists have called the consequences of our actions catastrophic. But there is still hope. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says that we can reduce pollution by 80% by 2040 if we diversify away from plastics. And he has called for governments, companies, and consumers to break the addiction to plastics and champion zero waste. There is a focus particularly on reducing or even completely eradicating single-use plastic products such as disposable cutlery and drinking straws. More than 100 million tons of single-use plastic is produced every year, and many of these find their way to our oceans, rivers, and lakes, and then break up into very small particles called microplastics. The UN says the world will save $4.5 trillion by 2040 on total costs if it shifts away from single-use plastics towards a circular economy.
But not very good,
Former Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has been awarded the title of Dame for her service to leading the country through a mass shooting as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. While the accolade Dame Grand Companion of the New Zealand Order of Merit is the country's second highest honor, and those awarded are chosen by the Prime Minister and approved by Britain's King Charles III.
I feel exactly now as I did when I departed. It was a huge privilege and a huge honour. But it did come with a weight, and that's why I have such huge respect for those who continue to do this job and who are on all sides of the argument because they are there to serve New Zealanders.
The 42-year-old said that she was humbled by the award and had initially considered declining it. The former leader will now be called Dame Jacinda. She shocked New Zealanders when she made that decision to step down earlier this year. Her successor, Prime Minister Chris Hipkins, said that Ms. Ardern was being recognised for demonstrating absolute commitment to the job for helping the country through some of its greatest challenges.
And so I credit New Zealand with, in large part, the fact that I did feel able to do myself the entire time. And I hope that after 5 years in leadership, particularly I hope women and girls feel they can be themselves too and undertake big roles, do it in a way that they can feel proud of themselves at the end. I hope that I've done that.
Well, Japan is often known for its academic rigor, and the certain climate workshop with a twist is now rising in popularity. People are now actually taking classes to learn how to get this smile. Academies have been popping up to teach people the science behind a broad smile. More people are rushing to attend such classes, especially after the government lifted its mask mandate in March. Many students have been honing their skills during the lessons, all in order to gain an edge in Japan's notoriously competitive graduate hiring process. An hour-long private session could cost more than $50.
コロナであんまり結果を検査しなかったので、ちょっと顔のいい運動でやりました。
So this one I think I don't have black only. Other colors.
But one coach, Keiko Kawano herself, became a believer in the power of smiles in 2017 and has since trained more than 20 people in crafting the perfect smile. Keiko's trademark Hollywood-style smiling technique consists of a crescent eye, round cheek, very specific 8 of
やっぱり人との出会いが増える。で、チャンスが増える。そうすると人生って豊かになる。なので、ハッピーになれる。笑顔イコールハッピー。
So that's more 健康and order.
そこがテーマ
But since the China very
Well, I definitely know some people who will need to go for Keiko's class.
So the
And on that note, hopefully I'm smiling with all 8 teeth. You can see that wraps up Asia now. It's our video headlines anytime at dna.asia. Don't forget to hit the bell on all socials, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitter. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. So let's move on. This one like Tao Han Hong. Cartoon is very nice. Responses, I like the one of 600. Okay, like 70 到rain. Like we sometimes it has it doesn't show, sometimes it has this thing cover. But it doesn't cover like this is like very common. And then up to here it's still sometimes it's the divider. But this is very good. You can go down. Red, one is more green. Try to match green. Or you can have blue. Blue is not bad. You can have dark blue. Now dark blue is very not nice. That's my purple. So the green is nice. So you can recognize it's blue. And then the black is like very
Sponsored. It's not like obvious, but then sometimes too many people backpack, you can't recognize. So you wear green around.
List of all of the cargo items that we're carrying on board today. Nothing that needs any special handling apart from two horses. It's true, you have some travel well, some don't like it.
The airport is home to an extensive network of air logistics, moving close to 2 million tons of cargo and fuel.
We've got a urgent order coming
After that, they'll
through.
clean.
Every single carriage here.
No, I just buy for
hand pack and table carriage. For the first
I just
time,
buy the basic, the
we
deep
take you
wire,
into a hidden world to discover amazing journeys.
and then more important, exciting to learn about.
We expect
Because in Singapore, I cannot find.
We need all this microchip with the identity that is accepted by us and
Premium Lunch inside Air Cargo Singapore starts 24th June, Saturday on
But it's
CNA.
just buy one cheap one, and then it's spoil spoil. But that one I bought all the ways. No more already. That one. Then I give it to them. They say it's too waste. I think they give it to them. But it's just the advantage of it. They want to sabo me,
Mason Chu.
sabo me. Everything works. Sabo me and all this nonsense.
Because what it means is India and the US seal the
Okay,
deal on a
48
roadmap
liter
for
is
how
good.
their
48
defense
is
industries should
good.
work together in the next few years. That's as both work to cut India's reliance on Russia as its top supplier of military hardware. Indonesia hosts a drill involving close to 40 navies, including the US and China. Jakarta says the Komodo exercises are about building relationships and are not a training for war. Other nations participating include sworn rivals North and South Korea. A Beijing meantime hits back at US accusations of dangerous behavior in the Taiwan Strait. China says the movement of its warship during an encounter with a US destroyer is completely reasonable, legal, professional, and safe. That Chinese warship had come within close to 150 meters of the US destroyer. And that is the latest from the CNN newsroom.
This June, lead into a futuristic world where imagination, invention, and innovation come reality.
Now you can
All our resources run dry. Lead to modern-day farmers in a race to feed the world.
I want to leave something good for the world.
Get access to one of the world's busiest airports. The unseen world and unsung heroes at shipping. Inside Air Cargo. There is a game over for this one successful video.
Okay, so not obvious.
Witness these major players let alone and smash through obstacles in Japan's color. This June on CNA.
Yeah, I would take one you supervise.
It's tricky through the horses, because they're like animals. Some travel really well, some don't like it. Go on, you're going. Oh, come on.
But NITG is always safe. NITG is always safe. So this one, I said, traveling in motorcycle. So NITG, I like to go to the highway, that one is much possible. But sometimes I don't want to, I just really go through it my time. I reach there. Sometimes I come to 3, 4 o'clock. I say, faster, faster, go. I say, I try my best. You know, I eat stress, I say, not doing something. Because the objective is want me to reach there, not as fast as possible, in a quite,
1,500 maybe? I don't want to
by certain time. But sometimes they know I take my break for a while. And then I very lucky. So sometimes I just buy the not the racing. I don't drink water. I don't drink water all the way. Because I sometimes if I after my went for lunch, if I need to travel well, so I take my lunch, then after I drink water, then that's it.
Customers today are really tech savvy.
Normally in the morning I first
Sales success depends on finding new markets and customers. To aid the search, companies are using the latest innovative tech. But which tools work best, and what are the challenges?
And then some of them are like fashion bag, now become more and more strange bag. I think that's about it. I mean, I buy one or two big bag.
Sweet Trip, the dim sum restaurant, dates back to the 1960s. It's a family affair. Ernest Ting runs the operations. He is of the third generation.
I joined the business back in 2018. So I ran the e-commerce business for about 4 years. My uncle approached me and asked me, "How do you come to this business?"
3 years with the restaurant gave him a vision for the next phase.
Here, I go here, and
So the first thing when I came was delivery. Because out dining, if you have food capacity, you have food capacity. Because there's a limit of seats. So delivery is something that you can scale. Right? There's no limit on how many delivery you can do. Just to bring the sales in.
Sweet Chili worked with multiple online ordering platforms. Order proved to be the most useful.
After they were keen to they prepare all here, pack it, then the long one.
Oppo has always planned to be more than just e-commerce.
So at least you need we realize that we cannot just be a tool. That's why we really delve what can we contribute, how can we value at restaurants. So I think what Auto does was they constantly have all sorts of cool analytics stuff that you can leverage on and help us make better decisions, right? And do more targeted marketing in a way.
The D100, 100 is the best. 500.
One of Auto's analytic tools tracks customer traffic.
So here you can see this is I'm just diving in into traffic breakdown. So we'll show the restaurants will chart whereby where their online visitors coming from. So from here you can see the one would be from Facebook, right? And one from Enric comes from Auto. It's so you can actually look at the system where the consumers coming from, how have they discovered us.
Sweet Chili has been running versions online to drive customers to the delivery page.
This features Facebook page. So you can actually see that these are the ads that's currently being distributed. All the ads here will be targeting specific markets that Auto has identified, and that is why 50+% of switchers traffic actually comes from all the ads. Right on that. And if you know that, hey, Facebook is good, then focus on it.
As they analyze the customer traffic further, Ernest and Allen spot new trends in the delivery data.
So verify this.
I grew up in a family practicing TCM. The TCM treatment that Chinese focus treatments of musculoskeletal elements, sprains of injury from fall.
In 1959, TCM practitioner Liu Chun-Hua founded Jiangqi. His daughter Yan took over the operations in 2020.
I'm very close to my father, so when I was a little girl, I will always be with him. So it was inspiring for me to see how he has helped his patients recover.
But Yan's journey has not been an easy one. In 2015, the TCM chain recorded a net loss of more than $300,000.
It is because Chen Qi Dao is a traditional brand, and we have our challenge in attracting the younger generation these days. If we were to continue going on this, the whole company will not be able to survive. So I realized that I can't depend on my father much longer. He is getting old in his years. It's got to be me.
So Yan embarked on a plan to expand the customer base for the TCM chain's 7 clinics. This meant modernizing in a way that the majority of her older staff would not be familiar with.
So for the revamping of Chen Qi Dao, I wanted
to not only give it a brand rejuvenation, I want to look at digital transformation.
Okay, let's move on to the
It is
next
very
one.
important for a business to move ahead with the future and keep abreast with times. Otherwise, we will be eliminated.
So ABC News.
The relations between the two countries.
I made representations to the Prime Minister yesterday morning, and by yesterday afternoon, the President had signed the clemency orders. Australia very much welcomes this. Australia, of course, has a strong position of opposition to the death penalty, and we make representations on behalf of Australian citizens, and we are very pleased that Vietnam has agreed to the request, and we thank them for it.
And for more on this story and the rest of the day's international news, stay with us on the ABC News channel for the world with Bev O'Connor at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. A federal court judge says Ben Roberts-Smith may have committed a criminal offence by trying to pervert the course of justice. Last week, the war veteran lost his defamation case. Now the judge has revealed his full reasons, which run into the hundreds of pages.
His attempt to clear his name ended in disaster. Last week, Justice Anthony Basenko revealed he was satisfied there was substantial truth to allegations that Roberts-Smith was involved in 4 murders in Afghanistan and a leading SAS colleague. The full judgment meticulously lays out why. I find that the applicant was not an honest and reliable witness in many areas that will identify. Within more than 700 pages, Ben Roberts-Smith is described as giving a highly improbable account of some events, including multiple inconsistencies. 4 of his ex-military comrades who went to court to support him were also deemed not honest or reliable. He launched the civil case over these stories published in 2018 by 3 newspapers, denying allegations of war crimes, bullying and domestic violence. But the judge said the Victoria Cross recipient had motives to lie, including a financial motive to support his claim for damages, a motive to restore his reputation, which he contends has been destroyed, and, significantly, a motive to resist findings against him, which may affect whether further action is taken against him. Among the reasons his credibility suffered, the judge was satisfied the veteran used a private detective to post anonymous, threatening letters to a former SAS colleague. He said that may constitute a criminal offence of attempting to pervert the course of justice or using the postal or similar service to menace, harass or cause offence. Ben Roberts-Smith's lawyers have already said they'll consider the lengthy judgment and issues around the possible appeal. They've been given 42 days to file it. Jamie McKinnell, ABC News, Sydney.
Former Liberal staffer Bruce Lemon says he's not ruled out suing Brittany Higgins personally for defamation in his first television interview since Ms. Higgins accused him of rape. Mr. Lemon also took aim at the man who prosecuted the case against him.
Did you rape Brittany Higgins?
No, I didn't. It simply didn't happen.
Not backing down, Bruce Lemon maintaining his innocence in a primetime interview with Channel 7. For the first time, the general public saw the security footage of him entering Parliament House with Brittany Higgins before the pair went into the office of Senator Linda Reynolds. Mr. Lemon has left open the option of suing Ms. Higgins personally, adding to his current cases against Network 10 and the ABC for their coverage of the allegations.
I don't want to be known as the guy who would have allegedly raped Brittany Higgins.
Mr. Lemon also ramped up criticism of the ACT's chief prosecutor, Shane Drumgold, who chose not to retry the case after the first trial was abandoned due to a juror's misconduct. It left no findings against Mr. Lemon, but in announcing his decision, Mr. Drumgold said he still believed there was a reasonable chance of a conviction.
He took my opportunity for a not guilty verdict away from me. And he then told Australia, oh, I still could have won.
Mr. Drumgold has stood by his decision to prosecute, saying he applied the correct test to assess the case.
The program also featured an audio recording in which a Channel 10 producer suggested Labor MPs to ask about Ms. Higgins' story in question time. Journalist Lisa Wilkinson named the then opposition leader Anthony Albanese And frontbencher Tanya Plubasek. Today, Ms. Plubasek said she wasn't approached and she reached out to Ms. Higgins to check on her.
I was very worried about a woman young enough to be my daughter who made a very serious allegation.
Mr. Lemon's case against Network 10 will be back in the federal court on Friday. Ms. Higgins declined to comment. Patrick Bell, ABC News, Canberra.
Private clinics treating thousands of patients for opioid addiction say they could be forced to shut from next month. The potential crisis is a result of Commonwealth reforms to make life-changing medications like methadone cheaper. While the goal has been applauded, there are grave fears the goal of some services has been overlooked.
Every day, Sam goes to a private pharmacy in Newcastle to take methadone.
I was straight kid.
1,000 ml.
And I just had a hard job.
Treatment has saved his life, keeping him off heroin.
Got a house, so I'm doing well.
But the pharmacy's owner says policy changes could force it to close next month.
This program keeps families together and it keeps people with jobs and people out of jail.
At Andrew Pepper's clinic in Logan, patients pay $42 a week for medication and healthcare appointments. But the government is putting methadone and buprenorphine on the PBS, a welcome move to reduce costs for patients, but it'll sideline private services.
1st of July, we just say as well compounds issue.
About 4,500 patients at clinics in New South Wales and Queensland could be left to find care with already overwhelmed GPs and public clinics.
There is nowhere else to go.
The owners of this inner Sydney dispensary say it faces the same fate, closure after more than 30 years of treating patients.
To think that in 4 weeks' time, they will possibly have nowhere to go and get dosed is frightening.
This change is not more properly thought through.
After questions from ABC News, the Health Minister, Mark Butler, says he's working on a transition package for the clinics.
It ensures as far as possible they're able to remain open.
Patient advocates have applauded the government's move to make these life-sustaining medications cheaper, but say more time is needed to make sure no one ends up knocking on a closed clinic door, unable to get their dose. A warning the toll on patients, their families and communities would be devastating. Emma Pollard, ABC News, Brisbane.
A group of Australian women and children held in a Syrian detention camp have launched legal action to try to force the federal government to bring them home. Lawyers for the group concede many had prior links to the Islamic State group and say they're living in horrific conditions and have the right to be returned to Australia.
The federal court is a world away from a Middle Eastern war zone. A group of Australians stuck in Syria believe this is where they can win back their freedom.
We'll certainly be making a case that it's urgent and that there are lives at stake here, so we'd ask the court to hear it expeditiously.
The 9 women and 17 children are being detained in Camp Rosh in northeast Syria. The people held here are suspected of having links to the former Islamic State regime. But the group argue their ongoing detention is unlawful. They want the federal government to bring them home and say they're no risk to the Australian community.
Some women were coerced into following their partners into the theatre of war in Syria, the conflict with ISIS. Some of the women were children themselves when they were taken by their parents.
Last year, the government repatriated 17 others from the same camp. The prospect of former terror supporters returning to the community upset some living in Western Sydney, and the opposition raised concerns they could pose a security risk.
The advice that I had at the time, frankly, was that some of the women are just as bad as some of the men.
The human rights advocates argue conditions in Syrian detention camps are horrific, and the Australians have a right to come home.
These children are just hanging on. They're suffering really poor nutrition. They've got dental decay. They've got traumatic injuries suffered from the conflict. Their mental health is in a really poor state.
The Home Affairs Minister, Claire O'Neill, declined to comment. The families at the centre of this case are hoping it can be resolved through diplomacy, and not through a lengthy and expensive court battle. Christian Silva, ABC News, Melbourne.
It's halfway between Hobart and Antarctica and home to roughly 4 million penguins. Macquarie Island and the waters surrounding it were a haven for seabirds and seals. Recognising its important environmental role, the federal government has signed off on plans to almost triple the size of the Macquarie Island Marine Park. These penguins are enjoying a dip in the icy waters around Macquarie Island. Known as royal penguins, they are only found on Macquarie Island and 2 others nearby. Now, their marine park is set to triple in size.
This is a globally significant addition to conservation in our southern oceans.
Macquarie Island sits about halfway between Hobart and Antarctica. It's home to up to 100,000 seals and a lot of penguins, about 4 million in fact. It's also a breeding ground for vulnerable seabirds.
All of this wildlife relies on the ocean surrounding Macquarie.
The island was World Heritage listed in 1997. 2 years later, the marine park was established, protecting 162,000 square kilometres around the island. That's now set to grow by 385,000 square kilometres.
The government's got the balance right here. What this marine park does is it can showcase how conservation and sustainable fishing can really work well together.
What it did feel like was that this wasn't really, this consultation wasn't genuine.
93% of the marine park, an area larger than Germany, will be completely closed for fishing, mining and other extractive activities. The sustainable commercial fishing industry has been assured the expanded marine park will not impact on existing operations.
There shouldn't actually be any impact to their fishing, and that's fair. That's a fair comment from the minister. But we're talking about market impact.
The minister says if all goes well, the new boundaries will be in place by the 1st of July. Lucy MacDonald, ABC News. Meanwhile, a conservation strategy designed to protect a threatened mammal species from predators is having unintended consequences, which may endanger their long-term survival. New research into endangered woolies living in sanctuaries fenced off from feral cats and foxes found they lose essential traits needed to detect and escape predators in the wild.
Compared to kangaroos, woylies once ranged in their millions across southern and central Australia, but were almost wiped out by feral cats and foxes.
They're a new problem for all of our Australian mammals. They're responsible for 2/3 of Australia's modern mammal extinctions.
Woylies now only exist in small pockets, mainly in Western Australia's southwest, including in the headlands surrounded by electric fences.
They've got these floppy tops which prevents anything jumping up and clinging on.
To keep predators out, but researchers are concerned about changes in behaviour.
And that was most striking between those woylies that we were handling inside havens, where there are no predators, versus woylies in the wild. You could see that they were more
They discovered their efforts to save these nocturnal creatures also had unintended consequences.
The problem with sanctuaries which protect woylies from feral cats and foxes is their artificial environments. And so to stay down, they lose their street smarts and need for life in the wild.
They've become less reactive, less likely to run away from predators. They've become smaller, their feet have become shorter because without foxes and cats to run away from, it's less benefit to being big. And they've also lost some of their natural anti-predator responses, like projecting their young as a escape distraction.
Rapid evolution and barriers to reintroducing them into the wild.
And this will be a different woylies gone out there and sniffed out and shuffled.
Researchers are considering exposing them to low levels of predators so they don't lose the traits they need to survive.
Perhaps we could consider introducing native predators like chickens, and that way they have some wariness of predators.
The natural selection needed for long-term conservation.
So you have others who are always
New South Wales Blue Star may consider is expected to miss the rest of the State of Origin series due to injury. The halfback suffered a hamstring injury early in its 26 points to 18 win over the Dragons last night. Clearly is likely to be out for up to 6 weeks. The Maroons have also been dealt a blow with South forward Jai Arrow being out of the rest of the Origin series with an ankle injury. Panthers say Cleary will be a big loss for their club and New South Wales.
Disappointing for me. I was playing football.
Manage Australia.
Guys, back to you.
All right, Janice, thank you.
Now to the latest on the apartment building collapse in Davenport, Iowa. The body of one of the 3 men missing after the collapse has been found. 42-year-old Brandon Colvin Sr.'s body was recovered on Saturday. He is the first person confirmed to have died in the collapse. His discovery came a day after authorities announced that the search for survivors had been completed. 2 other men remain unaccounted for. The apartment building partially collapsed back on May 28th, and documents released by the city of Davenport show that there were warnings issued for months that parts of the building were unstable.
Time now for a look at your morning news now with
Today I'm so lucky to have Michelle Restream with us. Hello, Michelle. Good morning. Hey there. It's great to see you. See you. Always love seeing you. And on this Monday, we're watching a few spots that will see some showers. Actually, several spots. We're also watching a huge temperature difference across the country. So let's start with radar because we're watching rain even early this morning in portions of the Intermountain West into the Southwest and Southern Plains. Also off to parts of New England and extreme portions of the Northeast as well. Down to the South and the Southeast, we're going to see some showers as well. Could see some strong storms too in portions of the Carolinas, Tennessee, into Georgia. That's going to be later on this afternoon. But notice all this green that is likely on this map. That means that's going to be likelihood for rain in these spots. So anywhere from the Intermountain West down to the Southern Plains. The warmth continues in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to be really warm in the Northern Plains as well. 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Difference in the Northeast. We're looking at New England, 10 to 20 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. So it's a little cool, cloudy, and wet start there. It's also this coastal low that's sort of spinning off the coast here. We have a bit of a traffic jam in the atmosphere, so things aren't moving very quick, and that's why we're going to see this staying in place over the next several days. So plan on some wet weather if you're in New England for the next several days. That is today, that cool and cloudy start with scattered showers. Then tomorrow we could see a few gusty thunderstorms. That could bring the chance for some gusty winds. Also some isolated small hail. Otherwise, we're going to see very scattered conditions. Wednesday, same story. It's still in place as that low kind of lingers over New England and just off the coast there. Showers and cool conditions continue. We're going to see temperatures well below normal. So not a whole lot of rain in some spots, but we're looking at some spots that could see some pockets of heavy rain where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're expecting the highest amount of rain. So that's there. We're also looking at the chance for severe storms in the Carolinas, Georgia, also into Tennessee. We could see them up to 60 miles per hour. That could cause damage. Somehow as well, low threat for tornadoes, but it's not zero. So that's, we need to keep that in mind as we go throughout the afternoon. Flash flooding risks in the southern plains. We have slow-moving storms over saturated soil where there's that darker blue color. That's where we're expecting the highest chance for those rain showers. And look at these temperatures. Some warm, some cool, Bangor, Maine, 55 degrees today. It's 60 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. And in the northern plains, we'll hit 90 degrees in your little spot.
Minnesota, everyone's testing that air conditioning out right now.
It's been warm up.
Yeah.
I had a layover there yesterday in the Shepherd. It was like, oh gosh, it's warmer here than it was. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
All right.
Definitely.
Thank you, Michelle.
There's Michelle. Coming up, it's the who's who of top companies in America. Later this hour, we'll give you the first look at this year's Fortune 500 list, just released this morning, and it includes some surprises.
First, though, after the break, developing news from the war in Ukraine. Russia claims it has thwarted a major attack by Ukraine in the east. We'll bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
So next time I have this 1, 2, 4 here. I can have an adapter. So you need to put some on the side. I need an extension. Then I put the monitor. And then I have 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I also have a power. Buy another power. I have one. Then the power. And then the power. And then all the tools. And then I have the speaker. And then before that, the cable. Actually, I like the phone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know that one was following the mystery.
So humidifier is good. There are many types. I think I get the one that is like
My dreadful possibility.
Then after that, I hear that to the bacteria. And you also can once cannot feel bacteria. If you can use one bottle, they say buy one get one free.
We're back with the latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
This morning, Russia has thwarted a massive Ukrainian attack in the eastern Donetsk region and killed hundreds of Ukrainian troops. Well, Kyiv, which said over the weekend it was ready to launch this much talked about counteroffensive, has not commented, and NBC has not been able to verify any battlefield reports quite yet. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from Kharkiv. Hi Molly, good morning. So let's start with these reports coming out of Russia's defense ministry. What exactly is Moscow saying happened in Donetsk?
Smell.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to both of you. A big picture, NBC News, as you just mentioned, Savannah, has not been able to independently confirm this. We've not only gone out to Ukrainian officials, we've gone to actually battalions who we know are down in Donetsk trying to get any information just about the movements. But this morning, the Russian Ministry of Defense announced that they had repelled a large offensive. They don't call it a counteroffensive, they said offensive in the direct translation. In the southern part of the Donetsk region, they said it was unsuccessful. They claimed that hundreds of Ukrainian troops have died. Again, NBC News not confirmed this, and neither have Ukrainian said.
So you mentioned counteroffensive. Is there any indication this attack Russia's talking about was the start of Ukraine's counteroffensive? I mean, what is Kyiv saying about his plans?
Yeah, Joe, and I think there's a really important thing to say is obviously we've been following this for the last couple of weeks, asking almost daily, has it started, when will it start? And Ukrainian officials have long said they're not going to announce or confirm a start date. Over the weekend, that will really kick the speculation to high gear is that President Zelensky sat down with the Wall Street Journal and he said they are ready to launch a counteroffensive. Certainly, I think people reading the tea leaves thinking, is that on the eve of the battle? There is a video, and I think we have some of that video actually put up on screen, that the army has released showing a bunch of Ukrainian soldiers literally going like this, shushing the camera. The defense minister tweeted it out, and then he quoted Depeche Mode. He said, words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. So right now, Kyiv is leaving us wondering, guys.
Okay. Molly, also while we have you, can you tell us about something else we saw over the weekend, an attack in Dnipro?
Yeah, that's right. That's the southern Ukrainian city of Dnipro. Pretty horrific missile attack overnight into Sunday. More than 20 people injured, including 5 children. A 2-year-old toddler's body was pulled from the wreckage early Sunday morning. These were residential buildings, at least 10 other houses, a shop, a gas station, according to local authorities there. Now, President Zelensky spoke about this attack over the weekend, and that child, you guys, one of 500 kids that have been killed since the war started. We also have some interesting numbers, because as we think about these big Ukrainian cities, the air defenses are not equally protecting every city. I've been in Kyiv a lot, of course, the capital, and really a lot of the air defenses are concentrated over the capital. But the UK Ministry of Defense crunches some numbers. They say over the last month, in the month of May, 300 Russian drones have been fired at this country, and they say actually 90% have been shot down with older, cheaper air defenses and electronic jamming. What we've been really trying to figure out, of course, is how much of this USA Patriot air defense missiles actually being used. Okay?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Stay safe.
More international headlines now this week. We're getting new information about what may have caused that massive train crash in India that killed hundreds.
NBC News sports correspondent Ali Abbasi joins us with that and other world news. How good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Well, according to preliminary findings by authorities in India, the root cause of that disastrous train crash was a signal failure. India's transport minister hasn't said whether it was human error or some sort of interference that played in the signal malfunction. What we do know is that the green light was given to an express passenger train to move forward. It switched tracks where a freight train was parked. It plowed into that freight train at about 80 miles an hour. The momentum of that crash then threw the carriages onto a third track, which was hit by another express train throwing its carriages off the tracks. This is the worst train disaster in India since 1995, where 358 people were killed when two trains collided near Delhi. Over in Poland, they are having one of the largest demonstrations since the fall of the Iron Curtain. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Warsaw to join a march against the nationalistic Law and Justice Party over concerns including frustration with the economy, inflation, cost of living, women's rights, LGBT rights, and new laws of opposition feel undermine democracy in Poland. The PSA has condemned the gathering as a march of hate. And finally, in Japan, where face masks are coming off slowly, people are being taught how to emulate a Hollywood smile. Many people who spent the pandemic with their faces covered can now hire a smile instructor to achieve that perfect smile in order to help prepare for the job market. But even before the pandemic in Japan, it was very normal for people to wear face masks, and in one class, a quarter of the students kept their masks on throughout the course, probably making it very difficult to find out if they were cheating.
Right, and if you can't find that job, you can just tell people you're a smile instructor. Yeah, that's apparently people. Yeah, there's a market for that. Yeah.
Thank
you. Well, Prince Harry's battle with the British tabloids will play out in a London courtroom this week.
The Duke of Sussex is expected to testify in a lawsuit that accuses Mirror Group newspapers of invading his privacy by hacking his phone and other unlawful acts. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the details.
Anticipation mounting as Prince Harry prepares to testify in court early this week, the first senior royal to do so for more than 100 years. The prince is one of several celebrities suing Mirror Group newspapers, accusing them of unlawful information gathering between 1991 and 2011, including phone hacking allegations. The prince's lawsuit is one of several cases Harry and wife Meghan have brought against the tabloid press, who they say have repeatedly invaded their privacy. Through his lawyer, Harry alleges that press intrusion presented very real security concerns, caused huge distress and paranoia, put unnecessary stress and strain on his relationship with a former girlfriend. But royal experts warn a lot is on the line for Harry.
Prince Harry is used to being interviewed. He's lived his life in the public eye, but being cross-examined is a completely different scenario. So for him, there's a lot at stake. There's his reputation, his credibility.
The newspaper group has apologized and admitted its journalists obtained information illegally in the past, but denied claims in the lawsuit that suggest the practices were widespread and that senior executives were aware. A fight playing out in the public eye, and despite the risks, Prince Harry says he's focused on changing the media landscape.
He's going to be eyeballing the editors and the journalists who he blames for the breakdown of relationships, who he blames for his mental health breakdowns, who he blames for hounding him and Meghan out of Britain.
A big step in what Prince Harry hopes will establish an important precedent. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News, London.
Coming up, sounding the alarm. Up next, lawmakers are calling for change when it comes to evacuating planes during emergencies. Why some say the current rules are unrealistic.
And medical breakthrough, what we know about a new kind of treatment that's giving hope to brain cancer patients. You are watching Morning News Now.
Okay, let's see what else. NBC. What else?
In the opposite direction.
Opposite direction.
The Southern Railways issued a warning in the report. It said, and I'm quoting here, the present incident must be viewed very seriously and immediate corrective actions are required to be taken to rectify the system faults. Further asserting on how it is essential to monitor the signal maintenance system and correct the fault so that such incidents do not happen in the future. When such incidents did happen, and as more details on existing loopholes in the railway safety infrastructure emerge, authorities have roped in India's federal investigative body. The Central Bureau of Investigation is now going to probe the incident. In another unrelated instance of rail mishaps, a goods train derailed in the same state on Monday, over 300 miles away from where the triple train accident took place late Friday night. No casualties have been reported so far. Shifting our focus for now, the war in Ukraine is in its 16th month and both the sides have increased their cross-border strikes. Russia claims it has thwarted a major Ukrainian offensive at 5 points along the front line. Moscow also claims that the attack killed hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers, and that the Russian Defense Ministry further alleges that 6 mechanized units and 2 tank battalions were involved in the offensive. Over 250 Ukrainian troops, 16 tanks, 21 armored vehicles have allegedly been involved and has been destroyed by the Russian forces. Meanwhile, Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin says that Ukrainian forces have retaken part of the settlement in North Bakhmut, while calling it a disgrace. Now, earlier on, Ukrainian forces released a video in which tanks and armored personnel were seen firing towards the woods. Ukraine claims those areas are Russian positions, and earlier today, commander of Ukraine's ground forces said that Ukrainian forces continue to move forward near Bakhmut. The Ukrainian military has urged its citizens to not share any information about the counter-offensive, and for long, Ukrainian officials have discouraged public speculation over the offensive, as they claim any information can help the Russians. Recently, Ukrainian officials also launched crackdown on citizens who are sharing images of air defense systems shooting down Russian missiles. In a surprising move, Saudi Arabia, the kingpin of the OPEC Plus coalition, has taken decisive action to address the sliding crude prices. To stabilize the oil markets, the kingdom plans to slash its oil supply by a significant 1 million barrels per day in July. Now, this reduction will bring Saudi Arabia's production to its lowest level in several years. The decision comes at a time when crude prices face downward pressure due to a softer economic outlook, particularly in China. Saudi Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman has expressed a strong commitment to restoring stability to the market and is willing to shoulder the burden of the production cuts.
As we have done in April, whereby the countries that had agreed to do the voluntary cuts, have extended that voluntary cuts to end of 24. And I would have to call it the Saudi lollipop, which is $1 million of reduction for the start that starts the 1st of July. And that million is also extended.
Despite previous efforts to curtail production just 2 months ago, the OPEC Plus coalition's attempts to rally prices have fallen short. Weak economic data from China have weighed heavily on oil, resulting in an 11% decline in prices. And as a result, Saudi Arabia is doubling down on its efforts, with the additional cut for next month potentially being extended. Global oil demand is projected to reach record highs this year. Analysts expect Brent to hit $100 per barrel in 2023. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has announced a return to orthodox economic policies as rampant inflation continues to hurt Turkey's economy. The re-elected leader, who has strongly favored liberal policies in recent years, has now appointed conservative economist Mehmet Şimşek as the country's new finance minister. Şimşek has promised to return Turkey to quote-unquote rational economics. President Erdogan has tasked the newly appointed finance minister Mehmet Şimşek with tackling Turkey's ongoing cost of living crisis. Experts have predicted Şimşek could raise interest rates in the coming months, a far cry from Erdogan's policy of downright slashing them in the past 2 years. Erdogan's new cabinet also includes Cevdet Yilmaz, another orthodox economist who has been appointed as vice president, along with Hakan Fidan, the former head of the National Intelligence Organization, who has taken over from Mevlut Cavusoglu as the foreign minister. Now, analysts believe that Şimşek is likely to push for more free market policies. This will be in lieu of the state tightening their control over the forex, central bank, credit and debit markets in recent years. The Turkish president, however, was quick to dispel these notions, reiterating during his inaugural speech that inflation remains the nation's most urgent issue to tackle. The U-turn in Erdogan's approach to fiscal policy comes in the wake of a potential economic crisis brewing in Turkey. The nation's forex reserves have depleted in recent years, resulting in annual inflation rates hitting a 24-year high in 2022, peaking at 85%. Moreover, multiple crashes throughout the past decade have resulted in the Turkish currency losing 90% of its value. The lira further sunk to an all-time low rate of 20 to the dollar in wake of Erdogan's victory during the election runoffs last month. Now, in contrast, Mehmet Şimşek was extremely well received by financial markets during his tenure as finance minister and deputy minister between 2009 and 2018. It remains to be seen if Şimşek will succeed in resurrecting the Turkish economy.
It's only 1 minute. I want to say now.
Now, France has witnessed months of unrest over the controversial pension reform bill earlier this year. But the French government was firm on its priority, and now it has moved one step further, publishing the first 2 of the 31 decrees of the unpopular pension reform law. The order that is expected to be implemented by September also includes 2 controversial articles that raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. The government's move comes ahead of the 14th mass protest that is expected to take place on June 6th, that is tomorrow. Meanwhile, the bill to withdraw the law will be discussed at the French National Assembly on June 8th. The bill caused several weeks of disruption across France, from firefighters, railway workers to garbage collectors. Everyone was opposing the bill. In several French cities, including the capital of Paris, the protesters clashed with police on many occasions, and since March 16, more than 1,000 people have been detained amid the ongoing protests. Shifting track to sports now, the Miami Heat have bounced back in the NBA Finals against the Denver Nuggets to level the series at 1-1. Miami completed a fierce fourth-quarter comeback to hand the Nuggets their first home defeat of this season's playoffs. Now, Denver had won all 10 of their home games in the postseason, including the opener of the finals. And after Miami outscored the hosts in the first quarter, the Nuggets roared back in the second to establish a double-digit lead. Nikola Jokic had another excellent outing. The two-time MVP finished with a game-high 41 points, and Denver led by as many as 15 points in the third quarter. And even though that advantage was cut to 8 heading into the final period, the Nuggets were very much in control. But Miami then went on a 17-5 run in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, and that turned the game on its head. Max Strus scored 40 and Duncan Robinson had 10, with both players scoring all of their points in the fourth quarter. The Nuggets still had the chance to send the game to overtime, but Jamal Murray missed a three-pointer at the buzzer, which sealed a 111 to 108 point win for the Heat. The best of 7 series now shifts to Miami for Game 3, which takes place on Wednesday.
I mean, it's part of our DNA. For one, everyone on this team has battled through adversity in some manner and been knocked down and had to get back up. And for number 2, we got a lot of experience in these close games. So when it comes down to the wire, we're strangely comfortable. The starting lineup to start the game was 10-2 Miami. Start the third quarter, they scored 11 points in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And we had guys out there that were just, whether feeling sorry for themselves or not making shots, or thinking they can just turn it on or off. This is not the preseason. It's not the regular season. It's not round. This is the NBA Finals. And that to me is really, really perplexing and disappointing.
Shifting our focus to the movies now, the Spider-Man fever is far from being over. Just days after its release, the new Spider-Man film is spinning a powerful web at the box office. Called Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, the newest chapter in the web-similar series has opened in US and Canadian theaters with a massive $120.5 million. The move collected another $88 million in other countries, and the movie not only earned huge money but also broke a few box office records. It became the third biggest opening ever for an animated film. The accolades don't stop there. The movie has also become the second biggest opening of 2023 to date. Spidey dethroned Disney's live-action version of The Little Mermaid, which ranked in a similar amount in its debut the previous weekend, and followed up with $40.6 million. A sequel to 2018's blockbuster film Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the movie revolves around Miles Morales, who is approached by his love interest Gwen Stacy to save every universe that has a Spider-Man or a Spider persona. It also features an Indian Spider-Man called Pavitra Prabhakar.
Yeah, because Disney, a lot of Indians are buying this year.
And that's all we have for you in this edition of Beyond Broadcast. This is me, Ananya Datta, signing off for Beyond Sports. me will tell you about this new strategic map that has been drawn. They say your enemy's enemy is your friend. Is that the foundation of the new defense bridge between India and America? This is what separates us from others who claim to be telling you global stories that matter. In the last 3 days, Leon has been traveling across Syria. You are in Latakia city right now. Tell us, what is the situation on ground at Gravitas? We don't just tell you stories from selected countries from around the world. 2 years since the Myanmar military coup, the people of Myanmar continue to live in a nightmare because it does not suit their propaganda or because they are too scared to speak truth to power.
From the second launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center, today's launch will be the fourth launch of ISRO this year. 1, 0.
As we speak from the second launch pad of Satish Dhawan Space Center, this is a vehicle that's carrying NPS-01, a second generation navigation satellite of India. This is a satellite that meant to help India for navigation related purposes, navigation, timing and positioning.
Big story on Beyond for this one.
The stress of our work can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains lies a luxurious place of healing called Yo One Wellness Center. Yo One Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science of India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and personalized programs that help you take charge of your own body.
20 years ago, China's car industry was in an awkward position. On one hand, China was emerging as a powerhouse in manufacturing cars with traditional gas engines. But on the other hand, there was no domestic auto companies that could one day rival the popular car brands like Volkswagen and Mercedes. Many experts believe China was too far behind and was destined to always be a secondary player in the auto industry. But fast forward to today, and China now controls the entire supply chain of electric vehicles. What's even more important is that China has several domestic EV companies that are primed to lead the future of the industry. Tech analyst and EV expert Marcel Munch explains it best. There is no match for the Chinese EV. It offers the best affordability, best user experience, and supreme quality. There is simply no transition to sustainable mobility without China. In today's video, I'm going to break down exactly how China went from zero to hero in its quest for EV domination. The story of what China accomplished the past 2 decades is remarkable. Everyone, today's video is brought to you by Moomoo, a stock trading platform I use to buy and sell stocks in global markets around the world. Moomoo is offering each of you some incredible bonuses and special offers when you open a new trading account. So make sure you stay tuned to the end of today's video to hear more about today's special offer. China's journey to becoming the most important player in the EV industry started in the early 2000s when China realized they would never overtake US, German, and Japanese legacy automakers on internal combustion engine innovation. So China decided to pivot to the most extreme option left. What if China could produce the best cars in the world that were 100% powered by batteries? At the time, the risk was extremely high. But China had extra motivation. First, the EV vehicle provided China a chance at truly becoming a dominant player in the overly saturated auto industry. Second, by investing in EVs, China could solve some of the country's other problems, reducing the severe air pollution and reducing its reliance on imported oil for 2 other potential benefits for Beijing. So China got to work and went all in on its quest to become the world leader in EV technology. In 2007, Wang Gang, an auto engineer who worked for Audi in Germany for over 10 years, became China's Ministry of Science and Technology, and his ascension marked the official move of the Chinese government to go all in on electric vehicles. Wang was enamored by electric vehicles and even tested Tesla's first EV model, the Roadster, in 2008. Since then, EV development has become the cornerstone of China's national economic planning. Fast forward to today, and China has fulfilled the goal that laid out some 23 years ago. China now controls the entire supply chain and remains the most important country in the production of every EV vehicle on the planet today. Andy Xie, a famous economist from Shanghai, who was educated at MIT and the former chief economist for Morgan Stanley in Asia Pacific, recently stated, China's lead in electric cars is unable to be attacked, questioned, or defeated. With cheaper supply chains, better tech, and cheaper costs, the global north simply can't compete with China. But Westerners shouldn't worry about China's demanding lead in the EV industry. In fact, it's because of China that EV vehicles are becoming more affordable for everyone. Soon, EVs will become cheaper than cars with an internal combustion engine. And for new car buyers, the climate-friendly choice is also becoming an economical one. In my previous video, I outlined how China has a dominant lead in the one crucial area that will define the 21st century, electric batteries. Right now, the entire EV industry relies on technology from China to power their EV vehicles. Realistically, the United States won't be able to produce a comparable EV battery until at least 2030. But China is already stretching out its lead and exploring technologies to further enhance battery performance. Chinese EV maker JAC recently unveiled the world's first car powered by sodium-ion battery. The battery could reduce the cost of EVs by over 10%. With China developing new technologies for the world, this should be welcomed by everybody, right? Surely Western countries can put aside their political differences with China and realize the great contributions China has made to the EV industry these past 2 decades. Unfortunately, it's not likely, and once again, politics will get in the way of what should be a win-win for the entire world. Shanghai economist Andy Xie predicts what is inevitably going to happen. The global north is likely to erect barriers in the name of national security, while the global south will welcome Chinese EVs to ease its dependence on imported oil, lower transportation costs, and boost productivity. Without a technological edge, EV makers in the global north will have a hard time overcoming China's cost advantage. While Western governments play checkers and try to compete with China in the EV space, China's government has been playing chess and already has the entire future of the EV industry in checkmate. That's a bold statement, and you might be thinking to yourself, wait a minute, if China controls the EV industry, then what about Tesla? With a market cap exceeding $550 billion, Tesla is the absolute king of the EV market. But many people don't realize the development of China's EV industry has been deeply intertwined with Tesla's rise as the biggest EV company. And here is where China's genius strategy comes out in full force. When the Chinese government handed out subsidies to build up the EV market in China, it didn't limit them to domestic companies. Instead, China's government had the vision of creating the entire EV ecosystem in China. If China gave foreign companies the same subsidies local Chinese companies receive, foreign companies like Tesla will become a valuable part of the Chinese ecosystem. And as a result, there would be no chance for the company to ever leave it. Elon Musk leveraged this to his advantage, and the reason Tesla is the company it is today is because of China. Tesla and the Chinese government came together in 2019 to build the Tesla Gigafactory in less than 12 months, which represents a supreme competitive advantage over most developed countries. If the US or another Western ally would try to build a mega factory, it would take 3 to 5 years to complete and cost many times more. Tula of the consulting firm Sino Auto Insights shares, to go from effectively a dirt field to job one in about a year is unprecedented. It points to the central government, and particularly the Shanghai government, breaking down any barriers or roadblocks to get Tesla to that point. Today, China is an indispensable part of Tesla's supply chain. The Shanghai Gigafactory is currently Tesla's most productive manufacturing hub and accounts for more than half of Tesla's cars delivered in 2022. So while American brand Tesla continues to be an industry leader, one should never forget none of its accomplishments would have been possible without its close relationship with China. There is a saying in Chinese that goes, "Ha jiang, ren ha jiang." In fact, I'm actually wearing an Adidas shirt that says those exact words. The translation for this phrase is, "He is strong, let him be strong." Meaning, don't fear if your competitor is strong, let him be stronger, because a strong competitor will only bring out the best in you and force you to adapt and improve. In the West, we have a similar phrase, iron sharpens iron. And this is the mentality of the best athletes in the world. And it's also the mentality that China has had to embrace in order to transform itself into the world's second largest economy. And this is the most frustrating thing I see between the current US and China relationship. The US is not embracing the challenge of a rising China and using it to improve on itself. Instead, our politicians are doing everything in their power to contain and stop China's rise to protect America's hegemony. China has a much healthier outlook. Instead of blocking America's Tesla from entering China, China did the complete opposite and welcomed Elon Musk and Tesla with open arms, embraced the American brand in China, and had the mindset to learn everything they could from the world's most famous EV brand. Truly, the dominance of Tesla has forced local Chinese EV brands to innovate and try to match everything from Tesla's technology advancement to its affordability. Fast forward to today, and local Chinese brands are producing incredible results and are now poised to enter into the next phase of development, expanding beyond China's border and officially entering into Western markets around the world. Last week, Yahoo News published this report. Say goodbye to the US car market as we know it. Cheap Chinese EVs are coming. One of the Chinese brands that have shocked the auto world is BYD, and its latest figures will absolutely shock you. BYD sold 1.86 million vehicles in 2022. That's more than the previous 4 years combined. BYD accounts for 2 in every 5 new energy car sales in China in the first quarter of 2023. BYD sold 550,000 cars globally in the first 3 months of 2023. That's more than all of the passenger vehicle registrations in the UK combined. Finally, BYD is aiming to sell 3 million vehicles this year. China is in a similar position to that of Japan in the 1970s. 50 years ago, Japanese automakers Toyota and Honda swooped into the American market with affordable and fuel-efficient vehicles that knocked U.S. car makers on their heels. History may just be repeating itself. Remember, during the 1970s and 80s, Japan was seen as the greatest threat to the future of America, and there were a plethora of anti-Japanese books and a huge anti-Japan sentiment in America, very similar to the anti-China sentiment we now have in America today. Is it possible for Chinese companies to do what others have done before, only now with electric vehicles? This was a recent question asked by Bill Russo, a former Chrysler executive and CEO of Automobility. The answer is absolutely. Who doesn't want affordable vehicles? Tula, founder of Sino Auto Insights, adds, they have the products to back it up. I've driven a number of Chinese EV brands, and boy oh boy, the Europeans are in trouble. If you're skeptical about China's dominance and how they will control the future of the EV industry, don't forget that China controls the supply chains for most of the metals and minerals needed for battery materials. In fact, the most important part of an electric vehicle is the battery cells, which make up roughly 40% of the cost of the EV vehicle. When we look at the critical components of the EV battery, including cobalt, nickel sulfate, lithium hydroxide, and graphite, most of these resources are found in mines in South America and Africa. However, the majority of these materials are then sent to China, where it controls the refining process. For example, 80% of the world's refined cobalt comes directly from factories in China, once again giving China an unprecedented amount of leverage in the future supply chains needed for the advancement of the EV industry. Given these facts, it's easy to conclude that all roads for the future of the EV industry, pun intended, run directly through China. Everyone, the future of electric vehicles remains bright, and you might be wondering, how can you participate in the exponential growth of this industry? Just look at this chart highlighting the future growth of the EV industry, and you can see we are still in the beginning stages. If you're interested in investing in some of these companies, today's video sponsor, Moomoo, is going to help you. Moomoo is the stock trading app that I personally use to buy and sell stocks. And what I love about this trading platform is that it allows you to invest in US, Hong Kong, and Chinese A-share markets all in one account, which basically covers most of the electric cars and relevant companies in the world. But here's the #1 feature I love about Moomoo. Their unique trading software allows you to explore popular industries and see the related companies in that field that you can invest in. Let me show you how it works. I simply log into my account and hit the Explore button on the top of the page. Next, I'm going to select Industrial Chain. A variety of different industries pop up, and electric vehicles is #2 on that list. The market cap of the EV industry is $4.51 trillion. And there are 475 stocks related to this field. Now I can scroll through and see all the companies related to EVs. Let's say I want to invest in lithium companies. I simply click on that, and here are all the relevant companies. I can even click on the arrow in the right corner and filter the companies based on regions. For example, I'll select China, and here are the 4 Chinese lithium companies listed on the China market. I've personally tried many stock trading platforms, but Mumu is the only one I've seen that has this unique feature of being able to easily search and research all the stocks related to a specific industry. If you are interested in trying out Mumu for yourself, I've got some amazing special offers for you today. If you register a new account, you receive 1 free bonus stock. Register and fund your account with $100, and you'll receive 10 free stocks as a bonus gift. If you deposit $1,000, Mumu is going to gift you a welcome bonus of 20 free stocks.
After year 2023, no result. After year 2024, no result. Everybody had to pay more, including GST. Is it worth it? No. Why? Because China to arrange more cooperation to convert into e-batteries, recycled batteries, and using EV. Elon Musk tried to do that, and then it was successful because you can get a lot of EVs charging ports. But still, it's wasting a lot of money. So China is very connected. So in great minds concern, I think how China thinks, how the Chinese civilization thinks. But sometimes something they think negative and okay. So something thinking how they wants to be fast, efficient, effective in their inventions, in their creativity, development. So everything is in place right now. Everything is good for China. The digital economy, the green energy, cost-stable economy. You have the local workers and economy along the way to trading. And of course, you have the space economy already running. You have the this coal economy they have. You have the medical economy, which is not so good because sometimes they get it from America. And then in the end, you also have the new world economy, which they are trying to establish. And then you also have the recycled economy at the moment. They do it quite well in terms of still what are the much more complete recycled economy around what the least within the recycled economy. They really had, as I said, we need some need to more recycle. So Singapore is behind. So we want to treasure the country. It actually learns a lot of economic lessons from much faster than Singapore. But as I said, we must not wait. Rather, as any country, is not catch up, but trying to catch up. It's not that because they're not allowing China to leave, but our country is resources. We can import many things from China, which is fantastic. But again, we also cannot everything depend on China. It's not really evident with the energy what it is. So higher cost energy and higher oil price in this oil price set by OPEC of Middle East. Now because I don't know why. It's like my idea is clean. Something is clean. And so, we must continue to work on. And of course, emergency crisis money, we should try to understand about the disaster or earthquake or human, and also we also understand about equipment, machinery, supplies, many things that we can supply to Philippines, can supply to besides Philippines, supply to any country. Sometimes we can help to case that there's a natural disaster in countries. So these are the things that the emergency crisis any country can be done. When China had it, then it may not be 100% technical. Say they already have the special ability to send the Chinese civilization to rescue to help out. But what if they don't have? What if they don't want to depend on China's civilization? What happens if America will need the Chinese civilization? Just like now. Singapore has many deep responsibilities and roles and functions to play in the emergency crisis. Because as long as they can make money, why not supply all? Because this is the next phase economic conditions for Singapore to provide. Then if they can be ahead of the product and services, then they can help many countries during the challenges to supply the equipment, the machinery, the supply for this country. Not all training. And they also can improve on the training on the emergency crisis management, how to manage the real operation, so forth. So there are many things out there in the emergency crisis, and the whole economy are looking at doing, we want to exceed it. But Singapore should also have their own company that has more of cold weather. So I think many things are that not always important to produce cold economy clothes. We can specially design, manufacture that now in Malaysia, and then sell in Singapore. More like in Singapore, design in Singapore, invent the designs in Singapore, designing the window clothing, the haversack, the pants. You can look at how Westerners design. And design can make money. And design you can sell to people in Russia, in EU, UK, Canada, and America. There are so many regions in the one in Russia, one, two, three, 4 regions. And also you can have it in only a brand, just a design. And people can establish a brand in China. You can also supply in China. So I got no time for it. It's very easy so if you want to make it in China, you just see how they design, this alter this and that, and you design a patent, pay for the patent rights, and you work that you can sell. And once you have a patent rights, you can promote your patent to Hong Kong, to anywhere in the world, just like you do. And then from there, you don't need to set up a boutique, and then from there, it's a patent, it's an OEM, and the patent will allow them to manufacture according to their brand, their OEM. So your patent must be there. The patent is very good. patent of any product. You can patent a uniform, you can patent anything. It's very easy to create a product and design. And then after that, you design to make a prototype. After you make a prototype, you can link with the manufacturers. You don't manufacture, then you go and promote your prototype to the rest of the world. And when they want your, like the Singapore that one, making a lot of money, right? But they produce. But you can have it all in. And then once you promote your design, like bags, you can focus on all kind of category. Once you have that demand, you promote, then you link to the manufacturer and let the manufacturer deal with them. And then you get the money. The manufacturer can quote a price and you can bring the manufacturer together. And you get certain fixed price, and then they quote, and then they directly deal with the money. So you receive the money from the manufacturer. Each model has each quantity you use. Let's say they have one container, and you get, let's say, 50 cents or $1 Singapore money. Depends on how they want to negotiate the price. They can set a certain price, and then from there you have the manufacturing price. So they want to import one container to $1 Singapore, one container, how much? Just design paper. So this is the way that people can make money. They don't need to produce, they don't need to link directly with the importer. Let's say France or Germany. So this is that the manufacturer has talent, has experience in export business. So that you design paper, your own design. If they can choose whether you want a paper or design paper or others. There are many ways you can also look for own people want brand new. They want that kind of design, they want their own brand. Let them use the brand, you have the design. So you work with the contract with them, every time they order from the and at the same time you can hire investigators to look at the orders from manufacturers or anywhere to investigate whether your designs and patents are being used but not being paid. Someone can take your design and patent and produce in Vietnam or Malaysia, or someone in, let's say, Germany, they can order your design patent but without paying for your patent rights. Just like the guy that dies from, he becomes a billionaire because he produced his own vacuum cleaner, backless. We call vacuum backless or vacuum cleaner. So you become backless, you become a millionaire. You've got a very nice house in Seafood. That's not it. The sky is the limit. In fact, the universe is the limit. Beyond the universe is the limit. Our universe is the limit. So it's not beyond the universe. So you can say beyond the universe, maybe there's another universe. You can say beyond the universe. So that's why if you watch that, everybody can say this entertainment is everything beyond the universe, but without reducing the stocks, without getting tied up money on stocks, warehousing. You see that guy who's the chair, right? From America, then so many people buy. And it becomes very maybe a billionaire. So it's very possible. So you must have your own creativity, and you do not need money to increase the quantity. You don't need to just have a prototype, and then you go around promoting while you are working, you can part-time promote business. I don't know. There are many things are in mind, but I would say I'm not. There are many things I can do. I just do what's not travel. Not zero. If she doesn't want me, so this is 10,000 after March. Maybe I think when I increase 12,000, maybe something like that. So design patent, everybody can do. Just like China patent. And you just pay for the patent, you don't get the context. The Chinese have a design patent. You want to context, something. Designs and according to us at China, or us someone to do it. Agent can also be an agent. Once you are in the position, then the agent will submit the papers. You can ask your friend, you can connect your friends to China. They can ask them and ask them, you want to design, you're ready to design. Anybody they want to design, in fact, product design is very interesting. Product design is very interesting. And some people like in China, they get the blueprint very easy. And then after that, they just order this, order that, and they say this is the design. Then nobody can try it. Many things can be a tumbler, can be a cup, there are many out there, but like I said, there are many things you can do in business. So many products. Like some people who design furnitures. So design furniture, interior design, product design, interior design, furniture design, many internet design, even hardware design, computer parts design. Lots of good computer hardware design is much more complicated. It has more people. But hardware design, you have your desktop design, laptop design, consumer, commercial, industrial product, industrial product design, some of these like machinery. So you don't think too big first, think the product, consumer first. Special is something and once you can continue to more and more designs and more people, much more practical, much more usable, people like to use it. Now it's not local Southeast Asian. So whatever is the dream is there. For me, I people always look down people and laugh at people. Nowadays they people become a millionaire, and then when they become a millionaire, they become a billionaire. Not say spend your money. The sky's the design and patent is very important. Many things that just import and need the money to import many then one of the superpower is use the resources of others without using resources. Not use other people's money, but use you don't need to use money like suit yourself. Doesn't mean that if you set up this state in Singapore is a lot of set up a district. How much is that? Only electricity money. So a lot of people are creating in their but in the meantime you can do that as a part-time actually want to become more stable. And the other guy is very free. Got contracts with foreigners, do project management, this and that. But you must learn you must have assets. Start off with assets first. Start off with properties, stocks. It's more local, not buy and sell. Not like a people. You must buy and hold on to it. Whether you can buy Nasdaq, whether you buy Singapore shares, or Hong Kong, these are the two most popular. You can buy Shenzhen, or buy other countries like London, British. People invest in British stock market. They buy for 1 year, 2 years, that kind of long-term investment. 1 year and 2 years is considered short-term investment. So again, I say, save money and think about the future. All this insurance is just coverage by the time the coverage is good, and then if you do not have real, like I said, if you buy for fire insurance, yeah, maybe it's very for this travel up to you purpose. Sometimes when you have money, what insurance coverage? No need just give it to them. The next one, that's not. Don't buy also don't claim. Mostly everything we buy insurance. And then the investment, like sometimes there's one investment you buy after 3 years, 5 years. After you calculate, not worth it one. If you calculate a lot of money, you can receive the money in your bank deposits. And sometimes you can put in a fixed deposit. So when you put in a fixed deposit, maybe the interest is much more than you buying the insurance deposit like NPC. So that's why I say I don't think if you not say everything must be about business. Then you ask people for funds. Sometimes you have to put where it is like buying property like in Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, all these are right on. In Singapore it's always making money, see just a child, a young child. Like so millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire. In Singapore they invest in buy property. But make sure that you can pay not halfway you will have money to pay. So make sure that you can buy in cash. Buy in cash. Or you can only spend 100,000, 200,000 to pay the debt. The rest will be paid in cash. But my advice is, if you have cash to buy, no cash to buy. All this regulation. Buying property you must have cash. No cash to buy. As you young, yes, that's why I say when you're young, faster to buy. Before 30 years old, actually it's when you're as young as 30 years old. 20, 21, faster to buy. Like for me, maybe next time I can come to then she buy, she will buy. And then after that, then she work, and then she pay. Then she knows for the next 5 years, the career is stable. Because as young, for the next 5, 10 years, people's career very crucial. Whether you're working for Singapore government, or working for any country, or working for Chinese, whatever it is, you must put stable for 5 to 10 years in one company. Don't drop out, don't move on. That's not every company. You have to stay in one company as long as long as company can treat you well and keep upgrading the work for Singapore government or Singapore government contract, get your graduity or whatever. You need to work for Singapore government for 5 to 10 years. Once you stable already, then the rest. Sometimes also they can work to pay for your house. But I have a lot of requirements when that she must work, she must marry a husband, unless he is find with them in the US or all this in charge of economic support people must work and buy house and work and pay for the house. Then it's a motivation, whether they are in Singapore, whether they are in China, they must work or they work to pay. And then they have some money along the way to spend, to buy car, to drive. So this is along the way, but they must work to buy house. From 20 years old to 30 years old, they must be stable career. Not just work for the sake of working, but stable career. Once you have built a certain 10 years, you have another 10 more years to build. You cannot make it your life for the next 40 to 60 years. Very, 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 very challenging. Especially if you live in Singapore, if you live in Singapore. Really very, very good. You must be useful as young, your driving license, motor license, motor certificate, driving license. Their driving license, just in case you only want to make it. Life in Singapore is about driving, lots of driving license. If you are working as young, 20 to 30 years old, you must have. Even if you don't have a vehicle, at least you must have. Because in case the company want, the company will want to hire them, they got transport for them. Maybe you calculate the good company got transport. Then on weekend you also can transfer more good. Salary not so much, but all covered. Comfort. Vehicle, all this can claim. Transportation allowance. Give you salary plus transportation. You take the transportation of the petrol or something claim for the company, for gasoline. Subsidies and all this go around. Not for old people, for people that really cannot get any job. If they secretly work for the company, but my best advice is you go in new country, because this 7 years is really the best. So how is this inspired? You are the content, you do this is something that they're looking for work transport. Maybe they have been hiring a lot of foreigners in other countries long time ago. Once this recovery goes for me, it's everything about all these are but at the time if I stayed after my army, I go back to my country, it's very good. I just stay back in my country. But since it's already like that, so I don't want to live in training. But I want to go out and learn some form. Maybe I go to Vietnam to learn form. Here, I this I don't know the use rate. I didn't know what's the future of really. I never think about money. That time got think about nothing, right? When I came back to Singapore, I got no money. I just work. And sometimes I work 24 hours because I just want to go to Philippines. And every time I work early, I go to my objective is good. I never think about tomorrow. I never think about the future. I never say I want the money. Whatever. I never. Last time I working, I just work over and over. And one time I work 24 hours. You know, so it's not very important. It's just you want me to go back to Singapore. Then after that, I work. I work as a security guard. I work after that, I work 24 hours. Very fun. And then after that, 24 hours, and after that, not only a good times like Chinese New Year, Christmas. But after that, then I found that my life is no meaning. I might as well go travel. Then I meet all this kind of nonsense, all these obstacles that I can clear. I can't say through all these years, the 5 years, it's not my wasted years, I wasted money. Because I'm trying to travel, understand people. I'm not trying to be easy body over other people's way of life or whatever activities. I'm just go there just to travel. Then along came COVID-19, 1819, not really the serious. Then I also went to Philippines at work. Then 2021, I learned about COVID-19. And I learned the office environment. Every time throughout all this life, I learned things. Even when I was working before this project or after it, I learned things. Not about illegal things. But I continue to work last time. I know very well pay. I know my parents, my siblings, and all that. And that they think that I like good for nothing. I still live my own. I never look at myself as good for nothing. Because in the end of the day, why should I look at myself? I just continue to work out. It's like the now that they always have to play politics. When I go to China, they know in the year 2006 and they know I was suffering. I may be just a common security. Then after that, 2016, 2016, just like 2016 years old, I was going to China. And then after that, I just stayed in. And then my son was very good. I was still learning from living in China. Because I find that I like to go there and understand what's going on. I learned exactly how to live in China. I'm quite interested to live in China. And then after that, to live in China. Then after that, I find that after that I say nothing. As long as I understand what I understand customer. Then after that, selling I'm just selling like I find it I go back to community and sell my product. Then I got the money like so here I decided to do something. I enjoy traveling. Spend quite a lot of money. At the time, I'm not very sure about later if I travel to the railway after that, 2009, 2010, I started working. Before I find very sick, I work in road traffic. So that's when my objective is to work in road traffic. 2010. It took me 2 years to travel the whole trip. I'm so happy, I'm so proud. I'm just happy that I'm doing the work. After that, I my next one. There's no point whatever it is. And after that, I went with simple, like kind of a simple life in China. The time I feel everything, I say like junk food, China junk food, but I still be unhappy. Because I see the way they live their life also very not miserable, very simple, content, humble, honestly. And I try to learn how they live, I live also. I learn a lot how they live. They really learn how to live to be on budget to save, even to this holiday. They learn, they never eat. They might got so many things at home. Even with their own house, they don't know. They live very simple. Some of them will still have 3,000 or 2,000 a month. Yeah, in Changqianzhou, 3,000 divided by 5, it just is 600. 500 to 600 simple dollars. They are just workers outside. And they still manage to live. They are not prostitute or not. So I say, they don't come China. Why they say that they have to work? So again, so in England, the Chinese have a variety of people, different types of people. Some low income, some lifestyle, anywhere. So, but again, I say, in many places, there is still a wider divide between the lesser and the and in Singapore also, is slowly emerging. So that is wider. So in the end, my job also is no point trying to bring people in this and that, okay, in this way, want to play themselves. That's why they're trying to blame themselves. They like about junk things, biscuits, and cakes, because they are lost. They know people should be kind to them as a mentor, or not really mentor. They don't treat them as a mentor, but as a good advisor. And tell them how to live better, eat the food that they like, to sleep there. But as I said, to live how they want to live. Instead of trying to isolate them and try to make their life difficult, to make them feel lost, to try to play. People from foreign countries, a lot of them, their life over there is very simple. They can't do much in their country, and in Singapore, they also cannot do much. So when they cannot do much, they just look for simple job. But what's the worst? They become part-time. They look down on them, because in the end of the day, they are also, everybody, their life is just the way to find out. I never look down on them. I never look at them. Maybe they find sad. How come their life is sad? I look, at least their life is respected. Because in their own country, some of them went back and come to them. Maybe the dream to work in Singapore, but in the end, they don't get an upgrade in study. You see, everyone has different life, and everybody has different income in their own country in Singapore, or in their own country outside. In their own country, they have education level. Doesn't mean they study clever job in that country. So that's why I saw it. Until now, they sit interview all those people. Their life as a young child, working overseas, it can be domestic helper. And it's not because of later jump, it's the environment. They blame people, they blame for it. But later, they come to Singapore, a lot of political players in their workplace, in the outside. office, whether you work in any organization, and there are many people, whether they're same, maybe your own same race or country, or work in construction, office, right? There's a lot of politics there. Even the government, unless you are in just admin school or admin every day you do your task, just or you do your research and development, you know, there's a lot of people. So at the end of the day, like I said, at the end of the day, you just continue. And young people who sign, it's like some of the army is very, it's the most easiest one. Rather me or even they can sound to the office support office without wearing uniform one. That staff, ESO, last time I many government research or NUH or NUS research centers. And many there are many, go and look at the online page on Saturday. There are so many jobs in all kinds of department, ministries. Sometimes they can up, they can be like, they can provide, when you work in the end of time, they can provide a scholarship, upgrading, or they also send people for upgrading, re-skills, retraining, conference, seminars, forums, meetings. So, but if they're not eligible, then what to do? Because they're working for the boss. Life at least better than living in India and no job. Everybody is trying to upgrade themselves, not a rat race. We are all humans. We are not rats. Rats means they keep running and cannot improve. They are humans and they can continue to run. And they're not running in this wheel. They are humans. We are running in a circle. But if our work is in any cycle of usage and our work is still working to maintain. Working if there is some work is to maintain. Just work to maintain, to help to maintain the system, to maintain the structures, to maintain. I mean, I'm very lazy to help the people. I don't like to high post or responsible. Last time because I'm curious, I know what is bartending and all. I learned so many, but I have all the books and so now I don't know. So, but again, still, in some maybe the time I go check, register, have the license, but I won't be doing just do my maybe I start doing some classes. Some working, I thought just because last time I had a lot of sex, I still have and but my wish would be more on getting my golf license, golf handicap. Then after my golf handicap, I go for 2 weeks training in golf. Overseas, I was I don't know whether it's going to be very flat. Yeah, maybe in China or in China. China, I think the only one they have is Turkey. There are many golf courses actually in China. I don't know how it is. So whatever it is, golf is very good for exercise. Yeah, I know they make money and golf all of it. My objective is to healthy exercise. How you want to do it? I'm not trying to escape, but I try my best because in the end of the day, I have to exercise keep heat. I like the sun actually, but because the water is not very clean, some of the water is, yeah, I did drink some of the water like that. Because I long time never swim. So I bring down my drink. It's so clean. Because it ended up being just clean. And then I just use that for clothes and clothes. I don't have that. Yeah, I'm talking about the kind of day everybody wants to lie, don't compare others. So I never compare others. That's how I was happy. That time even without the videos, I'm always happy. Even though I don't have.
He was, of course, in Singapore and Vietnam at the weekend. It seems to be a lot of foreign shuffling around the world. Tom Shubridge is the Director of Strategic Analysis of Australia and joins us now. Let's start with China, Michael. While the PM was away, he was in Vietnam, I think, when this happened. China buzzed an American warship, or actually cut in front of it in the Taiwan Strait. The Chinese have said, well, get out of our territory. You don't need to be here. What do we make of this?
Well, Steve, the problem for China is Chinese behaviour is based on it saying it owns international waterways, like the one between Taiwan and China, and it owns maritime zones in Southeast Asia that international law has said are owned by Southeast Asian nations. And so we're seeing a disconnect between China's words and their practical actions. But the Chinese defense minister was confronted with that by a number of delegates at the Shangri-La dialogue last Easter.
And then you went to Vietnam, of course, have had their own problems, haven't they, Michael, with China and that ownership of those ocean and sea lanes around that part of the world?
Yes, so this is the issue. The central problem with this idea that what we need are guardrails between the US and China and that will manage the risk of conflict is it all depends on dialogue being relevant. And China's words are in contradiction to their actions. So all the dialogue in the world doesn't fix the problem. Dialogue when the other party is lying to your face is not going to resolve hard security problems. That's the central problem.
While he was away, Acting Prime Minister Richard Marles weighed in on China. Have a listen to what he had to say.
China is not providing our region or the world with any strategic reassurance. It's also important that transparency and strategic intent, the purpose of military growth, characterise the way nations operate in the Indo-Pacific and for that matter.
He went on to say that he was haunted by the prospect of a US-China war. I think we're all haunted by that prospect, aren't we?
Watching the movies in the cinema.
Well, yes, we are, Steve, but we also see that credible deterrence can matter. So through the Taiwan Straits, it wasn't just a US warship. They were accompanied by a Canadian frigate. Mutual multilateral deterrence requires other nations than just the US to step up. If the US is left lonely, then deterrence is much more likely to fail. The Canadians understand that. The Filipinos and the Vietnamese understand that. But we're not seeing Australia standing up and doing its part. We're just talking the talk.
Even that speech, you didn't think that the Prime Minister was impressive enough in that address in Singapore?
No, I don't. I think he put so much weight on diplomacy and dialogue, while he had the Chinese defense minister lying to his face and everyone else at that forum. That's why a Filipino got up and said, you've got all these words about peaceful resolution of disputes and the fact that you don't want confrontation, but meanwhile your Coast Guard is ramming Filipino fishing vessels and arresting Filipinos within Philippines maritime zone. Why don't your words match your deeds? And the Chinese defense minister had nowhere to go on it.
across Europe, Chinese dissidents are living in fear. They say stalking and harassment by Chinese agents is destroying their lives.
这个时候，就是他其实有意识的在恐吓你。他说你不管你跑到哪儿，我们都可以找到。
Some believe this alleged intimidation is linked to a global network of secret Chinese police outposts.
Every day for like over 100 from the police.
These revelations have sent shockwaves around the world, forcing national authorities to take action.
The defendants worked together to establish an overseas police station.
China denies the accusations.
你提到的所谓中国海外警察站根本不存在。
101 East investigates what these stations are actually used for and who is behind them. I've come to a small town in Germany to meet a man who claims he's being stalked and threatened by Chinese agents here in Europe.
Hi, I'm Ali. Nice to meet you.
This is Yang Weidong. He's an activist and artist who fled China in 2017 after what he describes as more than a decade of harassment by authorities.
就是说，因为警察这个时候已经，我出去的时候呢，警察已经开始跟踪我。
In 2011, Yang gained notoriety for a controversial documentary based on hundreds of interviews in which he asked Chinese people what they needed.
我觉得需要自由，一个自由的、民主的、法治的、公正的社会。
He began the project in 2008 after his father's death the previous year, which he claims was caused by an altercation with a public official.
一个就是被打死之后，凶手呢逍遥法外，但是我们倒反而被监控起来，给了我一个契机和灵感，就让我走到今天。
But Yang says his work had consequences.
你去哪他都给你家里的，就我那种房子前后左右都有声音。沿海北京得给他们打招呼啊，这是在北京火车站，我母亲被限这么忙。
Angered by the restrictions imposed on him and his family, Yang staged a naked protest that led to 114 days in prison.
这个时候我就意识到，我已经无法在中国，这种居住，像这种生活，就应该是结束。
Yang fled with his wife and elderly mother to Germany, where they were granted political asylum. He hoped they would be safe here, but he says from the moment they arrived, they were stalked by Chinese agents posing as refugees inside the asylum center.
他是主要跟踪我们的人民队，你看，这是他，就是说他从早晨吃完早餐之后，他就过来了。如果我们要出大名人呢，就跟我们一块儿去。我们报给他。
Yang says his family has been targeted by Chinese authorities since the late 1980s because his mother, Xu Yixian, a medical officer for the Ministry of Sports, refused to dope athletes.
让我这样闭嘴，说实话，他对我们全家都经历迫害。我这两个儿子都要失去工作。
4 months after arriving in Germany, the family were moved to a small town in the south where they hoped they might find some peace. But it was short-lived.
这样的就是，我就站在那个书店门口，突然我发现对面有点人，所以说我看他是往这边拍，但是因为我就选择了一个角度，我就躲在这个树的后面，这待着，我就看，他肯定是拍不到我嘛，所以他们两个人分别就两边啪就出来了，这时候又可以拍着我，就冲着男的就追过去，完了以后那男的拿起毛巾就跑。
On another occasion, he says he was followed by a different group of people who tailed him onto the bus.
就跟着我去就维拉的那个超市
What do you think that they're trying to achieve?
恐吓，恐吓就是说你不管你搬到哪儿，我们都可以找到。我们到德国来，就只要是离开德国，任何一个自由的国家，但是他们现在在德国对我的监控带来很大的这种阴影。这块儿德国已经不是中国，你们为什么还有这个能力到德国来去监控一个中国人？
Laura Half thinks she may have the answer.
What we found is what we can define only as clandestine overseas police service centers around the world. We found over 100 of them in over 50 countries.
She's the author of a report released by the NGO Safeguard Defenders, which claims there is a web of hidden Chinese outposts across the globe known as service centers that are working with China's police. She believes this network is being used to monitor and harass dissidents.
China tries to blunt critics to silence them through various means where they approach the target abroad directly. So this may consist in either sending public agents abroad, so people from the embassies or the consulates, or using proxies, for example, people linked to these overseas police service stations by the statements of the PRC authorities themselves, by the evidence provided by them or by their media. It's very clear that the setup of these stations is not innocent.
The stations she's referring to are part of a program called 110 Overseas, run by several police districts in China. 110 is the emergency number for the police. It's publicized as a mostly online service, including an app, phone numbers, and social media platform for overseas Chinese citizens to contact police back home. But there are also locations around the world linked to the scheme.
在全球5大洲设立了30个福州锦桥事务海外服务站，进一步方便广大海外福州籍侨胞跨境远程办事，让汇侨服务近在咫尺。
China denies these locations are run by the police. We requested interviews with China's authorities, but were directed to statements made by the Foreign Ministry.
你提到的机构不是警察站或者警察服务中心，他们从事的活动是协助当地有需要的中国公民在线办理驾驶证期满换证、体检服务。有关活动由热心侨团提供场所，志愿服务人员均是当地热心侨胞，不是中国警务人员。我们希望有关方面不要无端渲染。
The service does appear to be used to renew IDs and driver's licenses, but these are roles traditionally performed by the police in China.
我现在参加法的国家是这种嘛，就是6月份过期的，我想就可以了，跟我看平台延迟一样。
And a promotional video claims the 110 service can also be used to tackle crime.
福州本地涉侨违法犯罪活动。
According to Chinese media, the service has been used to report crimes, arrest criminals, and help those trafficked into crime to return home.
我们现在已经到家了，因为你们这个角色知道，还是这样顺利到家。
Safeguard Defenders believes this service may also be used to bypass extradition laws
So you
and
can see that
unlawfully
while I'm
coerce
watching
people to
my this news about anything against China, the United States has to block. They are afraid that I'm against China, and when they are afraid that I'm against China, they try to want to threaten me or try to
prevent me from watching the YouTube. They want to accuse me of many things. They want to accuse that I'm crazy this year. Or that whatever I see is not true. They try to cover up many things. Something is fishy with me. May not be very. What they are trying to do? Are they working for the Chinese police agents? Trying to survey people? Try to use the Chinese land to destroy people just because they are could be funded by the Chinese organization and the people in China. That's what I say. Every time when I watch on America's, they do not like me to watch. Last time when I was in the this Europe North, I didn't eat anything, they keep anyhow accuse what we want to do. This is not China. If I'm living in China, they can anyhow accuse me. I still don't want. I still do not want. If the Chinese organization in China survey me 24 hours or 365 days, go ahead and survey me. You want to anyhow accuse me? Go ahead and accuse. Because all I know, I never do anything. If the police want me, what am I saying? You want to play politics? Play politics, but don't try to play politics on me. Because I'm just living in China. I'm not. You want to investigate any entities in the world. Yeah, every time and I say that the foreign agents are connected to me, directly, indirectly, they are not happy. They are not happy. They only want China, the our space station, China's life, to monitor me. They don't want anyone to interfere in monitoring or surveilling or observing. As I said, I can put 100 cameras into 195 countries to observe everything. I'm not going directly. Because at least they know that I'm not anyhow doing things. They know. Through the investigation, I took to this that the people, the multiply people bring to me what is going on. When I write diaries, or when I'm treatment, it was so you know, each time they try to play politics, they are trying to say that, oh, because they are funded by the Chinese civilization. And therefore they want me to prevent me from living the American or Western life. It's my life for a policy, but you do it. I never signed a contract with China government. What anyone say? So anyway, I take a break. I watch my television. Because I just watching on to understand. Then they say, oh, don't watch. It's propaganda. They are against China. I say I never say anything about against China. I just want to see what is going on. Because I live in China, I can be living in China for many years. They themselves just try to follow me. 世界 are not the 张三 in life. Many times the Chinese side tell me, 不要把你的生活跟中国离开 is going leave your connectivity with your connectivity with China. I'm not leaving your connectivity. Sooner or later I will leave China. It's not say I'm urgent. Sometimes you tell me don't buy this, buy that. Look, it's my own life. I have to fulfill what I need for the sea. Even if next year I don't live in Singapore, I live in China. I have a project management. I don't do things in rush. Sometimes you can't tell me you just go there for 1 week, 2 weeks, then come back, and then even do your own things. Maybe when you have the time, or when you think that you want to go back, China is going to go back. I know, but look, now trying to enter the China infrastructure is important to see. Not last time. I know, maybe they don't like to say what they like to say. But going to China now requires certain requirements. Not say like last time, ever since after the COVID. It will take some time for China to accept Singaporeans or any other people in a much more pre-COVID situation. And anyway, Singapore, our government is working with China government to allow Singaporeans to enter into China. 1 month visa. That's good one. 1 month visa free, you go enjoy yourself, come out and go again. You can go to Hong Kong and go to Tokyo. You can go to Vietnam and go to Vietnam. You can go to not Myanmar, you can go to Laos and go back to Hong Kong, Laos, or Vietnam. So that's why I say sometimes in life, 做事要三思而后行。There's a few things. You must think 3 times. Think carefully before you do things. You don't do things in a rush. Taking bus to Laos is quite tedious. Taking a flight to Hong Kong is more fun. But at that time, I do not know. I won't always stay in Yunnan for hours. Of course, going across to Hanoi is at that time I really don't know. This is a place where you can go across. You can park a motorcycle and go across, and then after that you put your motorcycle there. You go and travel and come back and then you spend the day. So it's one of these areas that you can go. Or if you don't want to take a bus to here, and then from there you just, or if there's will be a train now, you can take a train to maybe go to Laos, and then you take a train to Laos, or at the border, and enjoy yourself for a while, and you go back. Maybe you only 3 days, so go back to China. Whatever it is, I still haven't know the rules yet. You can get a flight out to Hanoi, and you have a flight to Yanji, the nearest one, and then after that you just go there for 2 days. And you go back to where you want. The nearest one, you can go to Kunming, is the nearest one. Or you want to go to Nanning, also can. You want to go to Beihai, also can. 有做 is like 棺材路， wood, I think the wood sometimes. The wood is very last time very sturdy, very good. Actually, the wood can be used for making furniture and bamboo, just let me know. But I doubt so they want wood from me. I don't know if they can all use wood. So anyway, buying another house, I doubt so. Maybe, I'm not sure. Until I'm more familiar, I can stay there for a minute. Then maybe I buy a house in Lijiang. That is much more convenient for her in future stay and study. And in future also she can stay there after she stay. I mean like let's say they can just and then I stay in that place. And then we shift from there. So at the end of the day there are many things I also want to stay together with them. But I said it's my house. If they want to stay, they stay in their own house, 2 rooms, and then the mother and myself. But sometimes it's good that she also stay with the mother. But I think now they want her to stay alone. So what's why to stay alone? So in the end of the day, I do not know what's going on. I actually don't want to mess up life. And not say mess up, then people fear. So and I also feel even if I stay there, I'll be traveling. So at the moment I'm not really sure what is the plan. But I may be renting to rent and I stay for rent. But most of the objective now is to travel internationally. So I said at the moment, no point trying to do trade. Because everybody's playing holidays, center around me they try to play holidays. And there will be people that are working illegally. They are linked to China. So I'm not afraid because I know I'm never going to. They know that in the end maybe I just try to play the game with everybody. But I'm really sure that in their mind they will try. Maybe they are just playing politics. But I don't know politics. So let me watch the movies and see what it is.
Turn to China to face criminal charges. By the Royal Commission, they said doing it in the legal way is quite cumbersome. Indeed, it does take time. It is under the sovereignty of the other countries, but mostly I think what they mean to say is, when you want to get an individual back for, prosecution, that person has rights. That person has the right to defend themselves in court of law from that extradition proceeding.
Since President Xi Jinping came to power, China has made a point of tackling transnational crime. According to state media, in the last few years, hundreds of thousands of people have been persuaded to return or extradited as part of a crackdown on fraud and online scams. Most of these returnees are from Southeast Asian countries. I want to know if dissidents living in Europe are targeted this way, and whether this network of overseas service centres is involved. Today, I'm meeting a man in the Netherlands who claims he is such a target.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Wang.
Wang Jingyu is a political dissident based in The Hague who claims he has been harassed by people connected to this service since 2022.
They starting with phone call to me, every day, they use that, the official number from Chinese Overseas Police Station in Rotterdam.
And did you know who that person was? The people calling you, did they identify themselves?
They told me they're from Chinese Overseas Police Service.
He tells me he has received thousands of calls and messages from different phone numbers and has been harassed and threatened in person by people he believes to be Chinese agents in Europe.
Almost every day they talk to me. Certainly they say, don't think another country will protect you. The China allow you to do this crime.
Wang left China in 2019 after police questioned him for posting support for Hong Kong democracy protesters on social media. In 2021, he publicly questioned the official number of Chinese soldiers killed in a border clash with India the year before.
I posted something on Weibo. I said the Chinese government claims and the Chinese government put a word on state media.
After police announced criminal charges against Wang, he says they began calling him, asking him to return home and turn himself in.
你要觉得你没有上访，你就到公安局讲清楚啊，到法院讲清楚啊。我就是想问一下，我哪个地方的谎？你跟我讲哪个地方犯的谎，我该自首就自首。但是你不，因为你没有犯法，你怕什么呀？我没有犯法，你怕什么呀？你到公安局讲清楚，到法院。哎，我就是在咨询你。
They made a phone call to me, and also sent a message to me. I give you 3 days. Go back to China. A lot of us in your family or your parents have a problem.
When he didn't return to China, he says his parents were detained. Then in April 2021, while transiting on a flight from Turkey to New York, he says he was arrested in Dubai, where he claims Chinese embassy staff visited him and tried to get him to sign documents in Arabic.
When I arrived at Dubai, the police arrested me because of China. And they put me in prison almost 2 months.
The Dubai government told one analyst that Wang was detained on domestic charges, and Chinese authorities neither asked about him nor requested he be deported. Human rights groups intervened, and the charges were dropped. Soon after, he moved to the Netherlands, where he sought asylum. But ever since, he says his life has been dominated by constant harassment. And he says some of it comes from the official number of a 110 overseas service station.
This is this number.
How often he was calling you? And this is in the middle of the night?
Yeah. 2 a.m., 4 a.m. I just say I will almost because I saw your phone number. I will different Chinese overseas police. Oh, I'm so scared.
Wang says what began as calls and messages escalated to bomb threats made in his name and in-person encounters. He has made dozens of police reports about these incidents and collected mountains of evidence on his mobile phone.
From one to the message to me, he said he's come from Germany, Frankfurt, and he's on the train to Netherlands. He said he will kill me, and after I think 43 hours, someone pressed the doorbell and he showed me his life. He said, I'm going to kill you.
The man fled before police arrived, but he sent photos of his passport and claimed he was being paid as a government agent.
He said, I'm from Chinese government, you are my enemy. I don't care, please.
Do you think this is really coming from the Chinese authority?
Because first of all, they have a lot of money. This guy, he have a between competition, they have a lot of money. He said to us, he said, today I received the new money.
Chinese authorities did not respond when asked about the claims of harassment made by Wang. I decided to go to Rotterdam to find out more about the service station Wang says has been calling him. A few minutes after we arrived,
hello.
a young man opens the door.
Anything out here?
He tells me he lives here, but strenuously denies it's being used as a Chinese service station.
Some phones, I don't know what they're talking about, we just left here.
That was one of the addresses listed in the Safeguard Defenders report as an overseas Chinese police station. It looks like just an ordinary house. The guy who lives there didn't want to be on camera, but he denies any association with the Chinese police.
He did confirm, though, that the phone number Wang claims has called him repeatedly belongs to his father. I tried calling the number, but there's no answer. If this is an overseas service centre, it doesn't seem very official, but the Dutch government is taking it seriously.
So the immediate reaction of the Dutch government was to demand from the Chinese ambassador that these police stations be closed, and they're being closed.
Sjoerd Sjoerdsma, a member of parliament from the ruling coalition, says no permission was sought to set up these centres, so no matter how informal, their very existence is illegal.
The thing I think that worries me most as an MP is that our government was unaware of the existence of these police stations. It's simply illegal to employ such activities without the explicit consent of host countries.
He says the Dutch police are still investigating what these stations were actually doing.
When it comes to working with our legal authorities, with our police, there are very clear procedures which you must follow if you want to address, for instance, the presence of Chinese criminals in Dutch soil. But going through these police stations, going through an informal route, you circumvent the fact that there needs to be formal contact between the Dutch and the Chinese.
He believes there is definitely cause for concern.
Most of the Chinese operations start out relatively small, and then when they go, either they go unnoticed, or they are not being met with a forceful response, and the Chinese government sees this as an invitation to enlarge their activities, to enhance their position in a certain country.
China rejects such claims.
Sau khi mà Tùng được trải công nghệ Dolby Vision và Dolby Atmos ấy, thì Tùng thấy là nó quá tuyệt vời, bởi vì nó rất là trọn vẹn và mọi thứ trong một chương trình về đầy đủ, về âm thanh, về hình ảnh và bản thân câu chuyện của nó cũng phá với công nghệ Dolby Vision và Dolby Atmos thì nó cũng tăng lên một mức rất là cao và trải nghiệm rất là chân thật. Vậy thì Tùng hy vọng rằng là các bạn khán giả yêu mến nó không bá sẽ được trải nghiệm công nghệ này. Sau khi mà xem cái bản nó không bá ở bản Dolby ấy, thì anh thấy rằng là từ âm thanh đến hình ảnh mọi thứ đều rất là tuyệt vời. Cảnh hành động nó thật hơn với những cái động thì Dolby đã làm được đó rất là tốt và rất là tuyệt vời.
Thật sự là khi mà Vũ Ngọc Anh trải nghiệm Hùng Long Phong Bá với công nghệ Dolby Vision và Dolby Atmos thì nó là một cái sự trải nghiệm khác hoàn toàn. Mình xem một bộ phim mà mình được đắm chìm trong cái không gian cũng như hình ảnh nó chất lượng, mình cảm nhận một cái bộ phim này nó tốt hơn. Thì nhờ công nghệ Dolby Vision và Dolby Atmos hình ảnh nó sắc nét hơn rất là nhiều, cộng với âm thanh vòm nữa nên là những cái cảnh hành động hay cả những cái cảnh mà nội tâm như nhân vật của Vũ Ngọc Anh thì được lột tả rất là kỹ.
Rõ ràng giữa hai phiên bản thường và phiên bản Dolby nó có sự khác biệt rõ ràng luôn về độ sắc nét, độ tương phản, hình ảnh sống động, thì chân động, nhất là những cái cảnh hành động đến nhau chúng ta thấy được từng cú đấm và những chấn xương vô tình thấy được từng giọt mồ hôi của những dịch danh hero. Theo khi mình cảm thấy là sự kết hợp này giữa Ruby và Galaxy Play là sự kết hợp rất tuyệt vời. Qua đó mình thấy được Galaxy Play không chỉ quan tâm đến khán giả xem gì mà còn quan tâm đến khán giả xem như thế nào, trải nghiệm của khán giả như thế nào nữa. Mọi người hãy ủng hộ cho Galaxy Play của Phi Quân Hông Bá với một cái nhà đối tác rất là nổi tiếng và tuyệt vời, đó là Ruby. Hy vọng rằng là cùng nó Hông Bá và các phiên bản tiếp theo sau đây cùng với Ruby và Ruby Vision sẽ đem đến cho khán giả những trải nghiệm tốt hơn và đầy đủ hơn giống như cùng đã được trải nghiệm. Tất cả đi!
不断坚持单身意见，严格遵守规定，尊重各国的司法主权。你提到的所谓中国海外警察站根本不存在，这是在我们所有的地方。
China has had bilateral agreements with law enforcement in Europe in the past, conducting joint police patrols in countries like Italy. But the stations do not seem to be official police posts manned by law enforcement. Instead, they appear to be housed in existing offices, restaurants, and homes of prominent members of the Chinese diaspora, often connected to hometown and friendship associations. Ingrid de Hocher from the Tianjin China Center says these groups are not directly organized by the Chinese government, but may fall under their influence.
The Chinese government and the Communist Party in China is increasingly reaching out to these groups and strengthening relationships with these groups because they consider Chinese living abroad to be a part of China, an inseparable part of China. The leaders of these organizations are asked to go to China for political training courses, and then they are asked to contribute to the mausoleums.
In 2020, a Chinese man living in Spain was persuaded to return home by one of these associations, which had teamed up with prosecutors in China. Europe is not the only place where questions are being asked. In the US, the FBI arrested 2 men connected with an overseas service center in New York's Chinatown in April 2023. They said that while the office did perform some basic services, it also helped the Chinese government to locate a pro-democracy activist of Chinese descent in California.
The Chinese National Police appear to have been using the station to track a U.S. resident on U.S. soil. The 2 defendants, whose arrests we're announcing today, destroyed evidence of their communications with the Chinese National Police when they learned of the FBI's investigation. These 2 defendants knew they had something to hide, and they obstructed justice in an attempt to prevent the FBI from learning the full extent of what they were up to.
A couple of months after I first met Wang Jingli, he contacts me again to say he has news.
Wang Jingli was hesitant to leave The Hague. He said his address was exposed and the harassment got too much. So I'm on the way to meet him at his new house, which is in the middle of the countryside.
Wang says he was forced to move because he'd been receiving unwelcome visitors throughout the night.
Everybody from City PM to 7 a.m. every half hour, somebody will come here in my food, taxi, ambulance, and the baby care, and the Uber, or yeah. I can't get any sleep.
And the harassment has taken a different turn. Instead of dishing out threats, he says they're now offering him money.
They apparently, every 1 month ago, they asked me to do something. I will stop the housing, all housing, and they will give me some money. I will ask me first to stop also the media interview, and they were saying they will stop taking the Chinese overseas service, and then thirdly, stop sending kids the biotech rates. They will stop all our needs. They will give me money and when we visit the year will promise me whether we need to return. We just need to ask you to stop taking overseas service still. I think who are you working for? I'm working for Chinese embassy in Germany. Financial Chinese and Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
The Chinese embassy in Germany said they have never had any contact with Wang or tried to silence or harass anyone. The messages include photos of cash and promises to deliver, but a quick reverse image selection shows the photos are fake. While I'm with him, the man messages Wang again. He says he's coming to the Netherlands to give him 100,000 euros and has already sent 10,000 of it via PayPal.
A few minutes ago, I was reading the message to say we are on the way, not still in Germany.
Concerned for his safety, Wang returns the money and blocks him from contacting him again. He's convinced that the Chinese authorities are behind these approaches. But public prosecutors in The Hague say they have no evidence that China is behind the harassment, and the investigation has been stopped due to a lack of leads. The Chinese government did not respond to the claims made in this film. Meanwhile, Wang feels his life is on hold till the perpetrators can be stopped.
My parents is still in detention. Now he's arguing my father. My mother has attended any information from Chinese authorities. I can't contact her. I tried to get information online. Family members, I think they are so scared. My dream is that also feel with German authorities, we can find the evidence. And we can take some action. I think that is
Young Odong had dreamed of integrating into German society.
我的理想跟我现实的处境是存在着很大的差异。
Today, even going to a supermarket frightens him.
我们基本上都是去华人超市不换大超市。
Here this is the service center, but just a different driver. The whole system is set up really to silence people, to make people afraid. Because the message that is consistently being sent from PRC authorities, and very openly, we will chase them till the end of the earth. People, should be afraid. We will find what we can find. We will use any means necessary.
They may be miles from home, but for those who have sought sanctuary in Europe, China's shadow still looms large.
As you say, there's nothing that you can do. That's why they can use hypnotic voice to try
To be a whole
frighten
now
me,
for many
try
South Africans,
to
but
destroy me. They think I know everything about China. I'm not a dissident, I'm not activist. I don't promote anti-China. There is my diaries, in my live stream. They can see. I have no context with them. Any foreign agent who has a more government. I have no contact. I don't contact any Chinese. They just think they know that I'm not a foreign agent. But whatever I write, it always comes true. They started separated my diaries. They started dismay the information. Go to America or China. They just copy and paste. So every time I wrote to achieve to maybe my writings earlier because they know what I went to and they want to say they are sometimes the Fortune 500 they maybe a long time they say they claim that they CF. It doesn't matter they claim it's CF because actually Fortune 500 is for all the local countries, it's not for China. For many things, the one is good. It's good for Britain. And everything from existence and non-existence. Actually, I wrote for every country. China knows that whatever the people do, what sort of people they are, whether I'm true athlete or whether they are, I'm a good person or they are a good person. Whether in my transparency and something, whether I'm destroying China or I'm not destroying China. They know. Never want to destroy China. Last time, in 2013, they spread the false news. It's all false. They wanted China civilization. They sent a script to China civilization. Not from them. They assume certain things and then send a certain script. But nobody does this. We do it wrong. And then they start to spread all over. The cyber Americans, the cyber China. It's not the only science. They want to push the big one. They want to send people that have an example, and use it. Many people only they are being bullied, and everyone. I have no difference. Every day they just try to get added addition and resources with the tools and education. But they are making an issue already. Is to have 90% of the world population activities. Number two is to train using artificial every day. They know that we can do it. They know that we do listen more than anyone can do it. They try to show their ability in China. To show that whatever they do, they are doing this for China. It's a temporary because they are American, because they are looking Singapore. Because Singapore is American Airlines. And force pretenders, they say their names are short because they are American. But actually they are long-term fortune. They are not loyal to the country. When I was in Philippines, they tell me, no, these people are not loyal to the country. They are anti-government. Whenever I go outside, many people tell me many things. And I believe them because I know they are loyal to the country. They know what kind of character I am. I don't anyhow shout. I just go through. They know it's just a process. They know I'm not angry. They themselves try to accuse me. Maybe they are working for the government. But I never accuse them. I also don't know who they are when they supervise me when I was in China. It's just come out and they say to my friend. And maybe the Chinese supervisor knew who they are. And they want to accuse me. The man asked me to find me. After that, next morning, they say sorry. I say, hey, they themselves come out and try to accuse me of that. They try to accuse me. I say, I don't know what's going on. I was just live streaming with my this, and they listen and they're not happy they want to come out and argue. And then the security guard and the girl, they are also working on that. Then they come up, they feel very sorry. But I said, hey, they called. But I said, hey, I don't know what's going on. And the landlord, the relative, she That's why she never tell me the location. Someone tell me not to let me stay in this town because of the event happened. They are afraid that something will happen. No, I'm just going there because it's not because of the impurities society. There is no good hotel to stay there. I only have 2 hotels I can stay. I'm not staying very long. But the rate was revised because of IFRS. They themselves try to cost more, not the staff. It's the people into the industry. They try to knock over the whole town and block the whole semi-road. And they try to knock over the Karakara. They are not doing something. They are playing politics. Everything they do to me when in Singapore and in China, in Philippines and even Malaysia, they are increasing their ambition, the right ambition, to want the whole world not only brainwash to black tradition, but also force evangelism. To want people to live the ways and followed by their ambition of physical injuries and walking through the barrier. My parents must do it. So I have to say all this to share with my viewers what is going on. If people want to listen, let them listen, it's okay. Because I need that transparency. I don't anyhow say things. Because all these years are being criminalized and victimized and used as people. I keep telling that when I was in the service office, I tell me, what is the first thing when you come back? What did they tell you? There is no correlation. There is no relation. Whatever you write is all fake news. When you write the diaries, they have it in the China diaries to show that whatever I write, China achieved through my writings. When I was in China, they tried to cycle me, the naughty bicycles, to send a script, to issue the order to the China civilization in China, to cycle me to say that whatever I wrote, I helped China to achieve. I was being forced to write diaries when I was in China. He tried to say that they know sooner or later they will want to force me to stay in Singapore as long as possible to take the grant. They deliberately try to push all the blame to me to say that why everybody going to do this? It's because of me. Why the 24 and 369 lost their life to the ego is because of me. Whatever their strategies that they put in, if there's any negativity or opposition from any entities, they push the blame. To try to say that they are doing all this. How I know what's going on? From the very day when I went to China, they stayed my ex-wife until to this very day. I do not know what's going on. How they play the game, how they try to do this, how to do that. And they try to accuse me and cycle me and doing many things. About my ex-wife, about this girl, that girl, later you see this girl very beautiful and all this kind of bullshit. The TV. Try to cycle me every day. That time I never do live stream my life. I was just listening to the news. And the news was just like the news that I see now. Got comment on last channel. Yeah. Am I pro-China? No. Am I against China? No. I just see it. Oh, okay. They can conduct interview and sit interview and ask, hey, you what do you think about it? Nothing whether true or not, I'm not very sure. It's up to America, up to China. But as I said, in the end of the day, maybe in time there will be more evidence to prove whether it's really the Chinese setting up China state, I guess maybe China set up China police station probably quite long. I also do not know. Well, this is just the news. The news can be subjective, the news can be neutral, whatever. I just watch meanwhile after that. I move on to the next news, just like in China. Well, the nothing was to do with that. I see in Singapore, you want to play politics. Well, when I was in China, they were excited. They say, oh, this one, that one, this girl very beautiful, this girl for husband, this girl for or working for the government, all this kind of story. All these people, they don't put it up. I went downstairs, I was at the second floor. And just the neighbor, they know how to do it. They let the person downstairs, the husband and wife. They rent the place. And their clothes, everything is so all over the place. Men and girls. And look at the face. The face of the hypnotic device is the time you're able to see and able to identify who they are. Because in the end of the day, the hypnotic device is trying to cycle me last time. But it is true. They try to cycle me, and then in the end of the day, maybe my son will have to go to the because I'm her husband. So she wants to protect me. Isn't it obvious that if you love your husband or if your husband, you have to protect your husband of always being that you live in a bully way, every day your life bullied by people, other people see you so they don't. Why? You live in Singapore, you're always being bullied. You live in China, you are everything. Everywhere you go, you be bullied. And they try to play for you and try to build a big house. I say, me, nothing to do with me anymore. I do not know what's going on when I go to China. Whoever want to create all this mess, nothing to do with me. It's not my plan for me. I say, that's all evidence. Whatever. But I say, if you want to cycle me to China, I'm not completely sure. Until you get step every to this very day in the cycle in Singapore or any other country, I'm not being cycled. How I know what's happening outside in China, in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Philippines, in Vietnam, wherever I go. How I know what's going on? Some people say, hey, this guy is an informer, this guy is a bad guy, this guy is good. You tell me for what? What I want to know? I do not know what's going on. I'm not interested. And in fact, they say they teach me what they want to. One day in my Restream, to analyze and to find out what is that they need to provide information to me so that at least, because they know I'm a good man, I'm being humanized with human services. They sympathize with me, not with me. They want to help me to build my defenses, to learn how to counter and understand how I live. They don't, I feel like not know anything about Vietnam. It's not I'm stupid. It's because I do not want to care about other people's business. I just mind my own business. I want to throw me in the operation or throw in the food, the duck, or share some great kind of way of life. Many people can travel. Why I cannot travel? When I go to Malaysia, then they say, oh, they know their counterparts in Malaysia. Very confusing, very messy. They are doing illegal activities, they're doing money laundering, all this. That's why they want to go in to try to say that you are self already because they know that
You may think you are the truest, or you think that you are very clever. You think that in the end you discover whatever they do, but it's not true because they already sell you. I just could travel more with a big story or nothing at all. Why would you always accuse me of this and that when I don't know what's going on in Malaysia? I just go travel. I'm not bankable. All these years I never regret how I live because I didn't try to experience the life. When I was in service, they said there's something training like that. I'm a stupid fool. When outside the time, I'm good. Don't challenge them. I said I never challenge. I will actually self-training myself. At the time, they don't even challenge or understand me. They said they cycle me in order to not eat until 12 hours and drink water only at 6 hours. I was actually trying to self-train myself until to this very day. The tanks don't know understand anything. Oh, you want to write this well, right? I say, sometimes I want to, I just try to go more in the house. You know, every time I write this, I go to the trend. How I look at it. Whatever is being tried to play politics. Whoever is trying to accuse me that I'm a Jew speaker, it's because they connected with me. And that's why in the end, they want to do negative things to me. They sound themselves. Whatever they try to bring to me, they try to use me as a speaker. Because my heart is all these years I may not have one wisdom, but I learned pure heart, I learned compassion and forgiveness. I don't try to clash with people, whether I'm single or anything I do. I try to avoid if there's trouble I have. And every time I try to avoid trouble. And when I'm in overseas and in Singapore, the time the renowned was not a connect. And through my life, I did a simple concept of my life. Always thinking. It's like nobody like every time they go to me, try to do that, they think they know my parents, my siblings. What's the truth they have come here? I don't know what's going on. If my parents and siblings try to tell people to do this to me, I tell them, don't come and disturb me. That's not right. It's all very simple. If they try to think of them, maybe they are wrong. They may know that indirectly true, but they don't know that indirectly. My neighbors who don't know that. Sometimes I come to this don't know that they are my brothers or my siblings. So you see, in the end of the day, don't think that because they wear purple means that in the end of the day, they know my parents are all the red and the orange and the dark blue. It's only that they know my parents and my siblings. Whatever it is, I don't know what's going on. Since I don't know what's going on, that means in the end, my parents and siblings don't know that. Call for it. I also don't want to ask. I want to ask my parents because every time sometimes I go back, my parents and siblings don't know what's going on. Sometimes they may tell my mother because my mother is concerned and sometimes you want to know what's going on. When you stay in nothing to do, you just do the same thing again. Then you have those they always irritating me and angry. I'm not angry, they always try to, I'm just going through the process. Maybe they tell my mother every day I try to do my day, don't want me to do. And then they tell people, spread all the posts. I said to have number one, number two. Number two, spreading across rumors, include using artificial work, whether they are awake, whether they sleep, dream, or awaken. And ambition, grand ambition number three.
And this is benefit to share the spread the rumors by sharing the wisdom of negativity and the wisdom of positivity at the same time spreading rumors about me. They center around me everywhere I go. They center the spread of rumors about me. Whether I go to whether I'm in Singapore, whether I go travel in Singapore or I travel out overseas knowledge any country. Something wrong with any other people. They themselves are not getting of their connectivity to me and they want people to go to mental health. They themselves should go mental health because it's a mental disease and it is a problem. I'm very sure in time someone will tell them in peace. They better go and see this. Everywhere I go sometimes outside, they tell me. The people who use the device for me are crazy. One was in the MRT. It was 2 years back. One was recently, the most recently a few times. When every time I go out. Whether I'm Buddha or in other MRT, the person tells me, say, we're doing what you're doing. I go, I can't hear because I was hearing the news. And then they just want to pin to me. Many negatives. And even when I was in the Philippines and in Vietnam, they also try to tell me these people sooner or later employer may ask their workers to go and see the psychiatrist. It's not a big thing. They also treat me like I'm their client. They know the whole process. Of course, the directors are not working on me when the directors do it. They are not working on me, they are using their employees. So, sometimes they may not feel and show that they need to receive the same poison or what that they have done to me. Some say it's actually it's not itchy. I don't need anti-itch. The worst they say that an anti-itch is side effects. Sometimes you eat even the paracetamol, it may have side effects. Because the paracetamol may have this, I don't know, it's like orange. So maybe I eat that and I have side effects. So that's not a big why they want to force people to imagine for? As I said, everybody is crazy and they themselves come with all these crazy insane ideas and everyone uses the crazy insane methods to try to make everybody believe. At the same time, they share the wisdom of negativity. Yeah, they use the one. They use the Chinese society to disturb the wisdom of negativity. And then after that, everybody hears it. Everybody thinks that it's true. But sometimes in the end of the day, it doesn't happen. And they keep forcing me like this one in Chinese. They keep forcing me to admit my mistake or whatever. When the end of the day, it's not my mistake, it's their mistake of trying to use the device. Okay, now let me do my thing. As I say, I did it's an unfair level to I don't want nobody likes to be looked on. And they just want to take politics. They say I'm smart, all this. Whatever it is, don't bully me. It's not because what everybody don't like to be bullied. It's not trying to make my life difficult. It's not to make my life difficult. It's thinking themselves their life difficult because it's not related to the difficult. It's a very simple some people will be so I'm very careful they are. It's nothing to do with my mother. Then after that, they sometimes try to break politics. And there's nothing unusual about it. Nothing that is need to be mentioned. There's actually no story about it. Every time we try to create a story, and they keep wanting people to believe them. Especially when they try to describe their own religion. Or when they spread the rumors to the Nabi Bible, they're like, oh my god, this and all. It may not look like that. Oh my god. It's all the Adobe tradition. Not altered. It's altered since I copy and paste or I save the images as. The images was Adobe Photoshop even before I some of the Adobe Photoshop, many photos, but it's not real. They put the head, they put the body, they put the hand, they put the leg, whatever. They're man. And yet they believe me. And we think it's same. And the unauthorized still trying. Because they are the one that forced me to imagine that this was the day on November 1998 on their whatever is they are the one that created all this, not me. Look. Whether the ideas of anyone of them, they are representative of truth. You don't have to create stories of stories. Because in the end of the day, we are all living in Singapore, not living in a place of Vietnam where Shanghai can't go with right? Shanghai can't go with this. Shanghai can't go with this. We are not living in Vietnam or any other country. They know what to do. They already reading already, they keep resisting one teaching. And then they later want you to imagine, oh my god, there is the text and the description. There's nothing new in them. Just now I put the print quite nice and they want me to apply it. They want me to capture all my name. And then cannot work, then die. Me in the first place. I'm not involved in their story, you're not keep wanting me to get involved in their story. Really, I'm not thinking about their story. In time, I'll go to China, of course. It's not because I also need to travel anything. I cannot travel. I'm not busy. I also want to visit my loved ones. And they keep trying to critique your life. Oh, go and see your go and use the racing. Go and use your video call. Why I must do this? I'm still in contact once in a while, okay with me. I don't want to disturb their study or they are doing their own thing. Let them study or do their own thing. Feel out the love. Give my whole they will say that and they try to control me about the tree. Something to do with tree, I know what's about the tree in India. So everything you say, I don't want anyone else. It's just a statement only and anyone else. Anyone can investigate me, the agent already investigated me, foreign agent already investigated. leading over the Yeah, I'm doing the everything was fine on this day. I was fine. My day was fine. Today I never eat anything. I just eat the food only. Then they ask now they don't want me to eat. They want me to eat bread. Only they want me to do this only one day only and then they never eat. That time I don't eat like in the morning right. I only eat the seaweed right. Then I eat seaweed and it's so bad. It's not sugar. And then after that, I will eat come out. So you must not know. I'm not trying to persuade myself. I'm just trying to do my own things. Also, to know, I do not want to go to the I want to go. You don't know. I want to go there. I like to go there before. I don't want to choose something before. Whenever I eat the food, I really like much. That time I also was really maybe I put then I put in by putting the insects. I don't feel the insects biting me, the insects don't bite me. And then the Chinese people always scared of me, 做这事情做一星期天下属于小人，被批评。去弄边外角都弄坏。I'm not supposed to do it. Then they want me to do it. They say not to bring forward. They want me to not be traveling so that I won't go to my time. I'm not going my time for the every time they say that if I go and see the doctor, they will not disturb me. I already got the medicine ready. I just buy the medicine. I don't need to see the doctor. They say, you know, you have something wrong. They keep insisting that they are, you know, that they are crazy. They say, oh, they go and see a psychiatrist. Every time they say not enough, and not enough, they go and see they say enough, then they go and see a psychiatrist. They say that enough, they think themselves crazy. I said already, never do this to themselves. When they do this with themselves and with their legs bleeding, then they want to eat drumstick or whatever stick they put in eat. It's not trying to make my life difficult. They themselves trying to take protein and try to give to everybody just because they could be they could be whatever. It's not the Chinese civilization who skirt their own land. If they insist that they need to receive money from the Chinese government, insist they are receiving money from the Chinese government, then to them, I think they should know why they want to take from this. Just receive money, and they desperate for money from Chinese government. The time someone tell me every day, especially on weekend, they are receiving money from the Chinese government. It's not a Chinese civilization or money. All China pretend to say they own money, and then they give the money to the United States. All the money, for their family. 没有钱，或者会剥削。That's how they in China, all the Chinese civilization in Singapore, how they fund the economy. They say the Chinese own money, they own money. So they get the money from China. After the money sent from China to Singapore, then they give the money to the to the Lao whatever is involved to have travel to manage the expenses. So in the end of the day, look, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the Singapore government. They should go and investigate all this. That's why I say the country when I go outside, every time we send a bill for this, everyone will come to us. In the end of the day, they are just playing for it. As long as the demand is enough, everybody will say children, everybody will see earning, tomorrow to work. If they want to see earning, then they will how to see. I still have a class like one book. So I have about quite a lot to do. I try to finish my class because the last book is 18 years. This one only about $20. I think it's about 100. Because I know I always have class. But sometimes in certain cases they must go to this class. I put a lot 4 months, then when I go outside, they ask me to take out. Because they want to ask, they want to know, hey, why do you do that? They said, you know, and somebody was like, oh, then you know, and that's why you see every time you go out, they double cross these people. Let's say bad things about the movie, like, I say, how they have a doing, how they just in the movie. The Chinese will let you know the how of the movie. Some of them they know the media. You know, they say, how come there's so many people that betray them? And check the balance system. Whatever they do in other people, Singapore, no other country. So I feel I know that we can't connect with each other. Many people don't know. So you know what? It's okay. Because at the end of the day, I actually don't involve in the relationship. Now, America and China or whatever, they're going to get involved. Not involved in the world like that. What do you think of it? Maybe it's kind of involved. think it's the infection, the local community. So, sometimes I walk, I don't feel thirsty. You know, when I walk 5 kilometers, unless it's in the very hot sun, if it's in the aircon environment, I won't walk. I don't feel thirsty for 5 kilometers. I don't feel thirsty. Then after I walk 10 kilometers, at most I run around 60 minutes. I sit down and I drink a bit of coffee to get some energy and some build my body some driving. So then after I reach the after walk like 10 like 50 kilometers but I'm slowly train I mean now I just try to train up my 1 meal a day. Because sometimes I eat a lot and my body is for lunch. Then I go walk until I'm tired. Very fun. I walk. Sometimes I just come back to the same place and I eat my noodle. So I eat both noodle and so I just eat now I not say that I'm hungry. I'm not hungry. I have discipline. I always discipline. Very well discipline. The food I eat. After that, they want me to open it. This time they try to do maybe something. Sometimes it's the mental disease that they want to do. Their mental disease something. Issue because there are very bad things that's arriving due to independency. Though the memorial days are over, but Independence Day, so 2 days ago, 1 week ago, any day maybe 2 days ago, there were a lot of unfortunate events. That's not my mental science. Somebody made a plan, they say they find someone to serve the bomb. Then they get caught up in the stripping the bomb and cannot escape from stripping the bomb. Go to somewhere to escape to travel to the next day because they are stripping the bomb. Rain, fresh air, fresh wind. I said no fresh wind. So I said after the 12, after 12:30, maybe 14, I start on the aircon to get down. For 2 weeks. After that, still walk. Stay in Singapore. Yeah, I don't finish my fiancé. I'm not supposed to finish within 1 week by this week. I'm supposed to. Along the way, if I don't finish my week, I will not go to Japan. Without that, because she just trying to tell me to do as the job that it's because I need some weekend with a friend at that time. Because they ask me to actually the time they want me to go and know Vietnamese girls. They say they all need to speak stuff. Then they got very long Vietnamese girls. Then they want to prevent me from to know Vietnamese skills. So in the end of the day, prevent me to know any Vietnamese skills and then good for me. Good for if they want me to know any Vietnamese skills, my point is I can. Because in the end of the day, why I cannot know Vietnamese skills? I have to continue to why? It's not because I like skill. Everybody is my friend. Everybody is my friend. Yes, China, Philippines. Everybody is my friend. If I find the person is suspicious and good character, I will contact him. If they are good character, why I cannot be friends? They just try to make it up. When you look at the I just try to know the people. I just try to know girls. They prevent me from you say sometimes just send me nothing to do. I scared I stay there, I won't give up something. Say maybe what kind of exception or they are families. They are this, they are there, they are there, they are this. What's wrong? They are so familiar. They are just familiar. It's just silly things. They just try to go to pay the bills. Okay, now I see them if they don't have anything, it's a good stop. Or they go to make money. I never ask anybody to do it. Tell me, you have this. You want money? With the employer, what's that? You want money. You tell the employer you need money, what's the interest rate? Because it's disturbing my quality. It's a territorial power that you want to do. Yes, it's a territorial power that you just need to do. I never easy going to earn. I want to do this. And the end of it, I just do my own. I don't care how people look at me. But you must, I respect other people's privacy. Why do you respect my privacy? I'm not saying I don't know I'm doing anything. People observe me can, but don't use the form of art. They can observe me. No problem. Like the Chinese background, they can upload it to me. And I was in year 2006. Or even from the third year, but they never use the different, they never use the different. Not that they are spy. If the observing tendencies are very young, it's okay. But what I'm saying, they never disturb me. They enter my territory without me knowing. It's okay. But they never use the device to disturb me. Why they want to use the device to disturb me? So this one is good. Nice. Good. This is good. In terms of appeal, this insects coming here will come to that. Maybe it's not open. It's that small one. Maybe the wind is too strong and they let it fly. I'm sure that if some I don't know. Enough. Okay, finish this. This one is going to I'm just thinking again of this big top. tell people to force to take it. Yeah, every day the thing comes. And teachers using the device. Every day we do. Later they call Mr. A. Later they call Mr. B. Later they call Mr. C. Later they call Mr. E. Every day they call. Everybody takes time to do me. And what about other people? How about me themselves? How many people call me today? The same. Everybody receives the same thing. One person, Mr. A 10 people, Mr. B 10 people, Mr. C 10 people. Bad one. I will work on by 10 people today. Tomorrow maybe 8 people or 5. The same, everybody should receive the same volume. There was such thing, everybody all focused attention on me. The thing is fine. It's not to make my life difficult. I'm trying to say that, oh, because their life is more difficult than me, they want to make my life the same difficult. How to manage them, manage yourself, and how to manage them. But you don't have a reason to do it. I'm not complaining, I'm just doing my life here. So I thought, I rather your life in you. I'm just saying, I don't have to talk to you. I'm older than you. I got last week, one camera, 2 cameras, and also I got 2 speakers, 2 monitors, 2 monitors. It's fine. enough for me. I said the mountain bicycle when I was in Taiwan City. I was sitting there and it was a sofa, very nice sofa. That was it. And it's a Malaysian man. He was a Chinese boy. I was sitting there for some hours. One night was only 8 hours. I still know what it is. It's not that proud. It's a not that proud. It's a 1% achievement. I don't know if it's 100%. I think it's very fun. And later you see what else they do. Many of them they didn't. Like they work on the children. They work on the children, the children. And even they work on the old people in Singapore. When I walk, they send all these people. And they walk on their high side. They all feel very uncomfortable. Even the children go on them. They want to go to other. Tell them to go. Some people are just people like. They say it's good. They don't like food. They themselves, some people they spend the they say that the kind of you see when you it's like eating and they themselves maybe they what people Indians you see the most. So I say these are the girls of the one of the Vietnamese. They go on ladies and then when they call here the woman the next stage will be the stomach thing and they also the frighten. Everybody everybody's trying to get on the line and frighten everybody. Then they are very proud of it. People are very proud of it. Later we receive later they receive the ask them to go and ask them to suicide. Then later they ask them to later go and suicide. Then they and sometimes they say, oh, it's a chocolate only. They sell it around the hot dog. Every day I go there and eat hot dog, I chop hot dog. And then the time when they sell the hot dog, they don't eat, it's not junk food, it's not trash food. It's just good. In 7-Eleven, hot dogs are very good too. Mr. Donut. When I went to the Mr. Donut in Bishan, I said, oh my god, it's all the same here. How much too? Mr. Donut, in terms of this variety of donut, only Dunkin' Donut. The number 1 ranking donut is Krispy Kreme. The number 2 donut is Dunkin' Donut. The number 3 ranking donut is Mr. Donut. And the rest of that on JCO you can say rank number 2 or number 4, not number 3. But Dunkin' Donut is because it has a lot of outlet and it has a package. So it's not like trying to make me frightened I don't eat it. I only eat donut when we walk. Then I eat another very good. So sad. Oh my god, it's so sad. In the end of the day, whatever it is, you must go and see. That's why sometimes you go and see. You're being forced to learn. So sometimes you're being forced to see. What's your donut? So there are many donuts. Mr. Donut. That one. Dunkin' Donut. The man buy one like cup of black donut. And chocolate lotion and crispy cream. Go and see all these and go and try all the barbarian, lemon barbarian, strawberry barbarian, blueberry barbarian. Go and see at the island and all black one. Okay. Whatever. I'm not proud of it. It's a process you disconnect. Because sometimes I don't really remember I know what's going on. When they hear they know, they can try to think of other things. Maybe the signal very soft, they cannot hear, then they get it. And the Chinese keep saying there's a different levels of religion. Not they want everybody to be like that. There's no willing to do it. No 100% believe, because you cannot be true from it. Until you see it, then you believe. So when they have to do it, sometimes they ask you to see, to go to the one shop, how to eat. Sometimes I say, hey, this time, like even they can go to it's like bread also. Because they know I like to eat donut, it becomes a favorite food. So they make the donut and the KitKat one. Every time they eat, nobody eat the show. The donut is sweet. They like to eat the KitKat as well. But crispy cream, the next one will be maybe the fork with the one. Maybe when I'm free, I go and see American flag. Yeah, crispy cream, the Halloween eat all except the room. They have the girl's hair, the witch hair, they have the Christmas, the time of Christmas tree. Yeah, eat the Christmas tree one. And also, it's just a donut only. And then they have the, I can't remember whether the bell or many every year if you go check the this photo. You can check the photo, crispy cream and then check the shows. Maybe also when you see the Mr. Donut, you can see the Dunkin' Donut. Dunkin' Donut is Dunkin' Donut in Philippines and Singapore is different. And at the end of the day, this donut has come along with it. JCO used to be very popular. But after that, they shifted. JCO is very good. I like to eat the food. But I don't really eat that much because I start at Ibiza, I buy the coffee. I think it's American. Just buy the black coffee. They give free donut. I eat free donut. Yeah. That's why I said, I'm not going to, those size are expensive. No tax, $300. I come back $600. That's why we say, something wrong. Anyway, they also don't want me to go. This maybe they discuss to go there. It's not because of they want to be there. It's just that they don't want me to go there because they know that they have to destroy a lot of people. It's not a CIA thing. It's a they want people in Singapore. They are proud of it. It's a Muslims. And that's why in the end they decided to produce a lot of things. maybe in Vietnam there's nothing much for all because because they don't have any lesson food. Only in this maybe in Saigon, even in Taiwan too, maybe in China they increase the westernized Taiwan. But I look at it in the same place, because everything in Taiwan is expensive. Yeah, everything in Taiwan is expensive. Sometimes I eat the what? $106. Just the I eat the 100,000, 60,000. People eating 40,000 and go to 60,000. 60 to 80,000. It's a they mark the price already. Because they already discount, they show the price. You cannot. It's not like because of like you go to Thailand. That time you go to Thailand, I'm paying for somebody's bill. So they bully me, they want me to do that. They want me to pay their couples food. That's how they bully me. They add a little bit. It's only actually $1 only. But they want me to pay 50 cents. They want to pay for the free. So whatever it is, whatever is expensive, whatever is more expensive. Basically, I go to save, but the things that I would do is do them. So I can travel by land. I mean, who knows one of these days, not crazy like I travel the land from Singapore all the way to Vietnam. From Thailand to Cambodia to Laos. These Thailand to Laos, onto Thailand to Laos. Then from Laos go to Vietnam, go to Israel. Ubon, Utubut. Then from there, then take the cross the border. Then from Top Sea at that time, she was there. Then from there, took the bus. I told him, come on, not to be me. Because that was safe, Ghana is safe. And from there, you can go all the way to here. One of these places. Now you must go to one of these places. After you take the bus, now from here to one of these places. This Cambodia. So you go to Thailand through Cambodia. But it's best that maybe you take Thailand and take a flight to place. So maybe you can like go to Bangkok. From Bangkok you take a flight. Then it's from Bangkok. business, so put something out. Let me see what is the black jet. Jet can go to Malaysia, KL. Then got direct flight. Flight low price. So I know direct to Bangkok is very good. Okay, now let's look at maybe after that I go like to Bangkok. Yeah, it's a good movie. See, save time, anyway the oil price will don't anyhow buy. Then from here, so it's the same price as you think. From KL to Dana, there is a direct flight. See the flight. How it goes to direct flight. But I'm not going to station my office. And now I spend what I want on the station. Malaysia, you have to buy so you book an airport. So you can take a bus to go there. It's the same now. Because you take the bus, it's about $40. And plus everything is $40. Maybe a bit cheaper. But you need to go directly to this Ho Chi Minh aircraft. So right now I went there, a lot of my civil society also support me there. They keep wanting to go. I just go to line now, they will clear the immigration, come out, and go in. So this will be another line to drive the line. So maybe you take the bus. Then after that, from the bus, reach to KK, what line, there, you take the sleep. Now you can take the bus and then you have to go to that line. The bus there, then you take the, I think $1 right, or $2 to the airport. And from there you go to the airport. But this one is a morning one, so when you reach there you must reach the day before the night before. So when you reach the night before, then you wait until morning, you go to the airport for dinner. After you, let's say night right, you go to the airport. So your flight could be more like mediated time. You just spend the early one goes late. Will be a lot of that insurance for Egypt. You know, you go there. And check in this guy and check in the taxi outside. They check in the taxi. They do not just check in the hotel. There is there are many flights. 2 o'clock. By the time you stand is the time you must go to Ho Chi Minh. You must see that some of the flight doesn't go to Ho Chi Minh. This one then some doesn't go to Ho Chi Minh. Some fly direct. So you must see which of the flight goes. You can go there early then you wait until the next morning, actually see them on that's the problem. So it's not like you can buy. Another way would be you just take the guy, let's say I said you must have a luggage, so you order to buy the luggage. The luggage obviously buy the house set you have to order. That one have more to more and let's say for Singapore, you take example, for them almost the same one, but then the third jet, think jet by jet, the Singapore jet, not like the jet, T4, you take the jet, then basically all this done. Some you know what is so big. So you take the back jet, you don't take the school, you go to the stationary, you check the back jet, take the back jet, it's a lot of back jet. past plans. Some different from this. Okay, how they plan the I'm very tired. I must say, I think the worst is like the whole time. Is it the whole arm? bicycle, something like nothing. And then if your office day, you're not a related major part of your establishment. Not that place, it's really different. It's really wide area, it's very so sometimes until you really like to stay in Singapore, stay in Korea, or stay in Singapore. Because sometimes I just want to see faster I know I have 2 more days before tomorrow. But I think not sometimes I just say I want to train, but then the way back to Singapore. Because I find that now there is a direct flight from Singapore to just get to the but I come back home, I can stay here for 1 week, rest, get my own ideas ready, just 30 days. And I must buy some of the plans to get ready. Weekend for the weekend, 30 days. Stay here and stay here. And then after bicycle is good regarding tradable bicycle, but I bought. I don't know how much it is. After I travel to it's right there. Got some TBI and TBI I just cycle to the works now. I don't know where it's going. Actually, I must go. I don't know. For my bicycle. Now there's a lot of space for people to walk, wheelchair, bicycle, more standing.
For a long time, Western companies have monopolized the global energy industry permanently.
Right now, we got the land of the day. Certain area, cycle past already, and cycle all the way back to the school. And I can cycle to the Marina Bay, the business district area. To the Marina Bay. After Marina Bay, after that I go further to the business district. And go to the to the Merlion, to the Merlion. In the evening only, we go there. Now people cycle. This kind of weather, visiting and then ask it we know stay ready to do all the don't see them. The idea is China people can enjoy life. 2022 only. Still only. No, this one is good for two together. This one. What's the job? Romantics are cheap. One side. This one can use it's triple P. Buy another one is expensive. Actually, it's good since I same brand. This one also the same brand, but this one is 28 inch, much bigger. No, it's just that it's kind of more space than this one. You have to play the game also, maybe see it. Nice, basics. Some people don't need this. And it's very cheap. Some people are frightened to see. It's a failure. And you just get a chance. See one. Most of the things is right. So, this one on one side. Put there. No, I just put this one. Just some of the roundish and show them. Still, not really I want to make a good show. I want to do somewhat carry across the country. So, this one There are other brands that but I don't know. That one very nice. I'm going to devil is out. Children this one. What's the reason behind to see how come this one is coming? Straight up. What's the reason? How the lights still on? Not staying.